my mic isn't working because apparently I'm really good at this, you guys. I'm so good at this. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Dice City, brought to you by Once Upon a D20 at patreon.com/Once Upon a D20, right here on Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're finding our videos. Round two. At least I got to practice it before I did it this time. Like I said, I'm so good at this, especially when Teddy has a family emergency and Beardy has a family thing that he planned weeks in advance and let us know weeks in advance. And then the intermediary, Ro, who has work. So if we see Ro, we'll be happy to see Ro. If we don't see Ro, at least we might see Ro in the chat. I'm pretty sure. Possibly. Thank you. We love you. Please, all of you, do what you do, and we'll see you again as soon as it is possible. But luckily, this is a post big event episode. Lots of things happened.
Can I just say I'm kind of glad for a little bit of extra space, considering I was worried about that.
Yeah, but the fun part about having extra space, particularly for this, is that we have the space to put our elbows out and RP just a little bit, because, well, you have some time for yourselves here.
What is time to ourselves?
Here in the port town of Nicodranas, where you all were teleported to after what many would call a successful incursion into the heart of the Volstrucker secretive assassin agency and their training academy, and did work upon their training academy, yea and verily, dismantling it pretty much in its entirety, getting away successfully, getting into Nicodranas, having some time to, as we retconningly identify some items. Public retcon that I put into chat. I forgot one of the items that you found was a portal compass that it wasn't pointing north, and so getting it identified real quick, realizing that it does have a fixed point that it's pointing towards. It's pointing towards a planar portal, the last one that it went through, that pointing from where you are here in Nicodranas towards the northeast. This little compass hidden in a signet ring that was, not a signet ring, just a jeweled ring that the headmaster was wearing. Besides that, identifying a whole bunch of things. Nobody asked me any prices of anything this week. So if there's stuff that y'all have agreed upon to sell, to offload, now is the time that we can finish that part of our retcon before heading out and onto the docks.
Okay, so on that note, I still have that list of things to sell. I'm going to read it off. If there's any objections to that with the people who are here, let me know. Because these are also unclaimed items that nobody wanted. So, Vora, shut up.
I was like, so many of you fully attuned with no intentions of retuning.
Yes, indeed.
These are things that were put into the public inventory.
Yes. So we have the Robe of Summer, the Cloak of Protection, a Giant Slayer's Great Axe, a Fate Dealer's Deck +2, Uncommon Glamour Weave Robe, and I believe that's it.
Let me take a look into the Fate Dealer's deck real quick.
I don't believe it's something you can attune to. It requires a cleric or paladin.
It does.
It requires a cleric or paladin? Really?
It does.
I am deeply surprised.
Yep.
But
I mean, it's neat. It would be useful to Slayer if he were more of a spellcasty sort, but
Well, it just so happens. Well, it does
There is
require
another.
attunement. Yeah.
yeah, there
it
is
does
another
require
one,
attunement.
but yeah.
The fact that it requires attunement is the biggest problem, but it's honestly actually pretty awesome.
It's pretty dang awesome, yeah. And if
Yeah,
you know,
stuff your
if
hit
like
dice
Derek
to
were
heal or
here,
harm.
if like Derek were here, you know, I'd probably give it to them. But
Indeed.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a great item, but yeah, Luca definitely cannot use it. So
so
I'm
for
fine
the
with
I mean, Akira could, but not. I don't want to change my attunement slots right now.
exactly, yeah. So that's what I figured. So
for the Fate Dealer's deck and the Robe of Summer, each of those would be able to net you a cool $3 grand each.
okay.
And then the Cloak of Protection. That one is. It's a lot less collectible, but he knows people that he could sell it to pretty easily. He'd be able to throw 400 gold pieces for it.
Okay. And then we had the Giant Slayer Great Axe
Giant
and
Slayer
the
Great Axe,
Uncommon Glamour Weave Robe.
Uncommon Glamour Weave. I think that one might be closer in the list. Uncommon Glamour Weave. That one's not attunement, right? But it is just a thing. But it's pretty cheap. You buy it off you for like 100 gold.
That's
Wait, what is that? If that doesn't require attunement, what does it do?
It
I'm
does.
pretty sure you already have something like it.
I'll say it is
Over.
this particular glamour weave is a set of robes that like has patterns that kind of like rise from the cloth, and this particular one it's like shadow kind of bubbling up and rippling over the outside of the robe, kind of making it seem a little bigger, but also like more fluid. Like it's just this constant ripple of smoke.
Yeah.
But the magical nature of it, when you make a charisma performance or persuasion check while wearing the uncommon glamour weave, you can roll a d4, add it to the number of the check once per dawn.
Yeah, I was just curious as to it. Now I'm going.
Yeah, so like it's 100 gold. It's not that expensive for you guys, or at least for getting back. So if that D4 once per day sounds like something that you would want, all you're getting is 100 gold.
I will pass on it. I'm wearing enough things, and I'm already about to change my outfit to go with the current level up.
Fair enough. All right, mark that as sold, and then
How much was the uncommon glamour weave?
100 gold.
Sorry, I'm just jotting.
And how much was the Cloak of Protection again? That was also 100 or
No,
400.
the cloak of protection, 400
400
gold. Back.
Right. Okay. Was there two things that was 100 gold just now, or was that?
No, it was
Just
just the
the
uncommon.
uncommon glamour.
Just the
Okay.
uncommon glamour.
Okay. My bad.
You're all right. And then the Giant Slayer, you give you 2,000 gold for it.
Nice.
Okay.
Not bad. That's helpful.
It's pretty good.
I have 2 items that could be added.
Yes, if you have any in your personal inventories too, feel free to offload while we're here. I know
The Giant Slayer's Great Axe was from my personal inventory.
Yeah. So,
The Boots of the Vigilant.
Boots of the Vigilant. I think both of those were claimed.
Oh, both were claimed? I thought only one was claimed.
I know Akira took one. I think somebody else called the other one.
All right, that's fine.
I said if no one else
Yeah.
wanted it, I would definitely take it
Yeah, for sure.
because those are nice. We'll wait till we got full party to figure out who's got that. But I think we're.
I'm pretty
keeping
sure.
them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the couple now have matching boots, and it's fine.
Okay. And those are Boots of the Vigilant.
Yes, Boots of the Vigilant. Free 1d8 on an initiative roll if you feel like you need it, and it's once per day.
Yeah, if I didn't already have those dope ass Storm Rider boots.
You have some dope ass, also non-attunement boots.
Yeah.
The two items that I have to add to the list are the Rhythm Maker's Drum +1 and the Rod of the Pact Keeper +1. While both are awesome items, my attunement slots are very full.
All right, Rod of the Pack Keeper, nice and easy, 300 gold. Rhythm Maker's Drum +1, also a cool 300 gold.
That makes sense. They're roughly equivalent for the classes.
Aye.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to attune both of those, but you really just can't.
Yeah,
It's
you
too
know.
much.
Yeah, you know, if you go to for anybody who is wondering where I'm pulling these prices, what ass I'm pulling these prices out of, if you go to radiantrealm.gay and you go look up the website for Radiant Realm RPGs, a community of people that I am a part of, we a consortium of about 12 DMs got together and argued not endlessly, because we've come up with prices for most of the things that would be purchasable in a magical world. Some of them have not made the list yet because we haven't argued over them yet, but those are just some of the more recent releases that may or may not have been purchased because of reasons that we have disagreements with WotC. But
That's entirely valid.
some people might say, yeah.
Does
And,
anybody
just-
else? Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, as a side note, as a primarily like Pathfinder player myself, having a list of prices for 5e magic items is like, it really helps put the goddamn world into perspective for me. So I really appreciate that, and I think other people will too.
Yeah, I figured as much. For real.
So, with all of that, is there anything else anybody here wants to sell?
Yeah.
Not that I can think of.
All right.
Tim,
I'm
have you
looking-
been
I'm looking through.
keeping a total of the amount of gold we've earned from selling so far?
Yes.
What is your total?
Let me run it through the calculator real quick. So I've got 3,000 for the Robe of Summer, 400 for the Cloak of Protection, 2,000
Also
for the
3,000
Dance
for the
of
Fate
Axe.
Dealer's deck.
Yep, that's next on the list.
Okay.
100 for the Uncommon Glamour, 300, and 300. My total is 9,100.
That's what I have as well.
That's a good little bit.
It is, and there's how many people in our party that currently travel with us?
Currently traveling with
We're
you are
missing 3,
six.
so 6.
Yeah, 6, and you know, I think it's safe to say Adarius gets paid off of Luca and Akira. So
Yeah. Luca pays Adarius. He's got a
Yeah.
wage.
yeah, no, it's,
So, if you divide that number by 7, you get a nice, completely even, no decimals, 1,300 gold each.
oh wow.
That's beautiful.
And that is because I counted the party fund as well. That's why we have 7. So the party fund itself gets
That's a
1,300.
share. I like that. I like that a lot.
Which is being kept track of very meticulously on Justice's sheet, because Justice is our Laura Bailey.
Which is unfortunate that our party fund has increased, I'll be honest, because previously it was at 1, 2, 3, 4.
Aww. We like fun numbies around
Yeah,
here.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So now it's 2, 5, 3, 4. But you know, whatever.
Very sad, very sad.
Oh darn.
Indeed. And
We
I will
could
keep
spend
track
some
of
to get
that.
it to 2, 3, 4, 5. Just saying. Throw a party.
I will make sure to keep track of that because
That's
there was a certain budget that Wensforth was allowed to use on behalf of you, sir. Yes, he just keeping track of all that. All right, cool.
There's a good chance that Luca will be taking some of his money and contributing more to that fund, by the way.
Well, there are many funds that Luca has, not the
Yes.
least of which being a tattoo fund. So we had
That is on the docket, isn't it?
Yep.
we had done this whole vignette of y'all leaving Tide Peak Tower, heading down the hill towards the open key, the slightly dodgier side of town, but also this dodgy side of town is very, very, very loyal to Yusa. People seeing people coming and going from Yusa's tower generally provides a certain amount of people are going to talk about it, and especially if they're leaving in what seems in good terms, perhaps an amount of safety.
Excuse me.
Not that y'all need safety, bless your face. But heading down to the open key, seeing food shops and clothiers and raw goods traders, and then this turtle looks like he has this kind of complex set of air-powered tattoo tools. This cabinet of different substances, both gritty solids and inky liquids that can be put into this contraption to help imbue things. The whole hydraulic air power of it being powered by this airbag that is kind of under his left arm that he's powering with his left arm, that's pushing through his shell, and which has these what look like bagpipe pipes coming out of the top of it, but
I don't even have to make the comparison. You just made it for me. Bagpipe tattoo gun.
yeah, bagpipe tattoo guy.
His name is Bagpipe Tortuga now.
Close. But the pipe diverting the air into the machine, you can hear the brrrr of it, and you see, he's a big dude. Turtles are very rarely smallish, and this one is no exception. Kind of a thick man. He's gotten on in years. He's got a couple of the spots of age, but his eyes very determined, not lackadaisical or hazy at all, just very determined as you see this big man sitting on a stool with his bicep flexed, as this big hand is doing some pretty detailed work, and he's just going through, and it looks like a serpent coiled all the way around this bicep. And it's not just meticulous in the way that it's drawn, but it also has certain bits in the scaling that have some extra, it looks like emerald or jade dust etched in with it as well, and it has a little bit of a sheen to it. And as he kind of completes the tattoo, completes the circuit of it, you see just a little bit along that scaling it looks like it raises up, and just maybe a few millimeters above the skin, this haze of the snake itself raising up and then like coiling around. It's like it's this kind of illusion of the snake kind of continuing around right above the tattoo as
Oh, that's cool.
kind of pulls away. The guy kind of looks at it, flexes his arm, and he's like, "Quick, bring me a sword." And one of these, just one of this guy's crewmates, grabs a blade off his hip, just hands it to him. Something I can hit. Give me something I can hit. And one of them just like grabs a board, just like rips a board out of the dock, and just holds it up, kind of like a target, and he just walks up, just and just puts the short sword clean through the board. Thanks, Orly. That's awesome. And it's stronger. And he hands the blade back to his buddy. Hell yeah, man. And you see he goes over and just kind of coins already in a bag. Payment on delivery. And he kind of takes it and looks at it while the guy and his crew are walking away, and just kind of shooks through it and ties it back up and passes it off to one of his own crewmates to handle the rest of the coinage. But you see him kind of, looks like he's going through, has just the smallest amounts of magic, at least, prestidigitating off, making sure that things are clean, good to go. Catches Akira out of the corner of his eye. Akira not abashed about the tattoos that they have.
Not at all.
And just kinda, you see him kind of look up. He sees that and just, hey, you looking for more ink?
Indeed I am. I'm looking for a piercing and a new tattoo. Are you able to assist in any way?
I don't particularly. I don't stock myself with piercings, but I can do it. Is it something that you have on hand?
I don't, because I just figured I would be able to pick up the needed jewelry. If not here, then that's fine. I can always go get it and come back another day.
I can give you. I don't stock, extra jewelry. I could do the piercing and make sure to bend over the edges so they don't just slip out. But if you want to fill it later, make sure it heals first. I can do that.
That is fine. Akira tells them they pretty much want a nose piercing, in the right nostril.
Oh, that's easy enough. That's not but a gold piece. That's easy.
And I would like the Akira will take a rudimentary sketch that they have of chord symbol, the one that I told you about.
Yeah.
And I would like this on the right side of my neck.
All right. Are you looking for it to be just a regular old fist there, or are you looking for any extra magic in the tattoos, or you just
not so much extra magic in the tattoo, but I would like the tattoo to be able to be used as a spell focus.
Well, I don't know. That's a little harder to do unless I'm actually implanting a whole focus into somebody. Nobody's ever asked me for that before.
Oh,
but it would
it's
have to
it's
be like
okay. It was
a whole
a
focus.
passing thought.
Though one thing I can do, I can. One of my specialties, Captain Orley, by the way, captain of the was it 9 Heroes? Yeah, sorry, Jeremy forgetting. Captain of the 9 Heroes. And he gestures over, and there's a boat whose letters on the back look like they're a little bit mismatched, like they may have been in a different order before, but
Right.
it's NEINHEROZ,
Nice. Okay.
and but I actually I specialize in if you know just that tattoo. That's easy enough. That's 50 gold, easily done. But if you wanted it better, more than just line art, more than just even color, it could not only could it pop, I can infuse it with some power and some gems that can help focus your more natural abilities and help you out. Mechanically, what he is describing is possibly giving either a +1 or a +2 into a stat.
I'll take it.
Oh shit.
I'll take it.
The
Ah.
the +1 version, and he would describe, to spare my voice a little bit, he would describe to you that a person's body, he's never had anybody be able to handle more than 3 singular pluses to any particular thing. The magic starts to get a little fucky after that.
By singular pluses, do you mean by like a +1?
No, like +1. Basically, if he's doing a +2, it would be 2 of +1s.
Gotcha.
So,
So they could get a third tattoo, but it could only be a +1.
yes.
Okay.
But for each one, it is 2,000 gold. That being said, it is permanent. This is not a passing bonus. As long as you still have the body that has the tattoo, which I know is something that can be done elsewise. There are ways to resurrect people that don't put them back in the body that they came from. But that being said, as long as that tattoo is on that body that you are inhabiting, it is permanent.
I'll go for the +2, and I would like both of them to be in Constitution.
+2, both into Constitution. All right. So that would be $4,000.
Easy come, easy go.
Which is the way. Now, spoiler: there was a reason that Jeremy made sure that you got money. I wanted to make sure that you had money for cool shit. And this goes for the other players too, who are not currently present, who will either watch this VOD or are watching live. If you have desires there, $2,000 +1, any stat, up to 3 bonuses.
Yeah, I'll do +2 in my Constitution. It's one of the stats I dread when you make me roll Constitution saves, because I have never passed one this entire campaign. So I take that back. I passed that one night for the Jimothy where I kept rolling.
Did.
I did all those crits, remember?
Yeah, you
to
did.
not get drunk off the Jimothy. So yeah, I haven't made a Constitution saving throw in combat that has been helpful. Only
Well then let's try and get you there. So
I mean, the temptation to throw 2 more points in a Constitution myself just to up my HP is.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
You know, it's there, but I don't got that 4 grand. So. Tempted
I
though
would
to
I
throw
wouldn't have
1
had it
point.
without the 13. I wouldn't
That's
have had
fair.
it without the 13.
Yeah,
So,
the
Luca
the
could
addition of
attempt
1,300 gold got me to 1,400 gold. So.
Could Luca attempt a persuasion check to try to get him to haggle on the price?
You may most certainly try that.
Alright.
Speaking of haggling, the other temptation was to throw a single point into charisma to bump that modifier up as well.
that was
Uh,
also
and that-
tempting.
And then
nice.
therefore make my spell save DCs a little more tough.
Competitive,
Well-
one might say.
Yeah,
A little more spicy.
yeah, make it a DC 16 instead of, 15.
So, what Luca might say for this particular persuasion is, well, you offer something incredibly unique and useful. My friends and I may be interested in perhaps getting a few of these, if the price is right, for perhaps a discount. And I will attempt a persuasion check.
Bulk order?
Make a throw, make it so.
Wow, I love it when I literally roll the 10.
Hey, it works.
I'm gonna go ahead and pop a D4 from the amulet on that, though.
Let's go.
Every little bit helps.
Oh,
And it's 4, so that
Oh, wait,
takes
no,
it
that's
to,
right. It's visible. I was gonna be like,
That's it.
guidance!
that takes it to a 29.
You could say you could have put some guidance into this whole thing.
No.
Y'all are together. It would make sense that like going into this be like, yeah, you're a good negotiator, blah blah blah. So I'll take it. I can justify it.
Yeah, just before going up to talk to him, he's like, hey, cold be with you.
Right.
Do you want to roll the D4, Justice?
I clicked the button already, so it's just, yeah.
All right.
An
30,
additional 1.
Hey,
Hey,
30,
that puts us to an even 30, though.
I know. No matter what I rolled, we would have been at an even 30. But
Yeah, it's still it's a bump.
Tell you what, if all 3 of you are getting tattoos, I could bump a good 20% off the top.
Great, make me math here.
That'd be 1,800 each. Still more than Luca can afford right now.
I was gonna say, yeah. Let's see if I wanted.
Go ask your mom for some money, Luca. She's not far.
No, Luca will not.
All home for beer.
BWRUN beer run. Couldn't help it. I think I will honestly pass on any of the because does that technically require attunement, Jeremy?
No, it will not require any sort of attunement. But
I was looking
but
at some of the
that's
magical
that's why
tattoos.
there's
They all required attunement. And I
yeah,
was like,
that's why there is a limit to it. There's a physical limit
yeah.
to the amount of this magic that can be infused into you.
That's fair. Yeah, it's definitely tempting. I don't have the funds for it right now. I don't really care to dip into the party fund for it either, to be fair. I don't use spells often enough, and there's
Fair
not enough in the party fund to get me 2 points of Constitution. So
Fair enough.
no real worth it for the magical tattoos for me, but I would probably like to, because funny enough, Slayer doesn't actually have a cord tattoo. He just hasn't really gotten around to it. He's only got those eyes of the wolf on his back.
And the choker on his neck.
And the choker on his neck. Which has kind of been prominent enough for him, but as like sort of a I should have one of those too, and as the thing of solidarity with Akira, he will also purchase a cordite tattoo.
Non-magical one, easy 50.
Yeah. And knowing that he has been granted aid by Bahamut as well. He will actually also get a Bahamut tattoo.
All right.
Nice.
Kind of transitioning a bit of character growth here for him, sort of transitioning from just a zealot of Cord to more of like a zealot of the righteous gods. You know,
The prime deities, if
yes.
you're nasty.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean this is all part of Akira accepting their role as a cleric of Cord.
Yeah.
So and they're very proud of it, and so that's why they like that Cord has gifted them this magic and this position. They take that very seriously. They feel chosen a little bit. They feel a little chosen.
Hail hydration
Hail
hail
hydration.
from Ro.
I knew you'd
Drink
be
up,
lurking.
bitches, he says.
I knew you'd be lurking.
Luca, also being a more recently devout Cordite, I think Luca's in on getting a tattoo if y'all don't mind if I join you.
Of course not.
And Luca will also have a question for this captain, which will be,
Yes,
how often are you
sir.
in port here in Nicodranas?
Say again.
How often are you in port here in Nicodranas?
We go in and out all the time. Every few months we make berth, or we park here.
You're pregnant? No, I'm kidding. I have more intelligence than that. Sorry.
It was still funny.
Still
In that
funny.
case, in the future, we might come find you again when we have more funds ready to get more interesting tattoos.
If you're needing, usually we have. If we're not in town to be gotten a hold of, ask around for an Admiral Tusktooth. He and his lady stay here in town. I believe over at the Lavish Chateau.
Why does that name sound familiar? Anyway.
Lavish Chateau, is that something that I recognize?
Oh yes, it is in fact.
Thank you.
It is in fact in the Opal Archways, just down the it's on the north side of the inner part of town. It is one of the most prestigious sort of it's the place where Nyack went and got entertained the other day, or during this time where y'all are doing this.
I didn't know he was into that sort of entertainment. No.
I'll say very good stage performance. Yes, she's hot, but it is more about her singing and dancing around in very fancy clothes. There are still clothes, however.
He did say he was going to a brothel.
No. What?
I think it was Asher.
I'll say what.
I'm just joking.
I'll say what I had said specifically was that she also happens to be a courtier of sorts who does take clientele.
Did we get a price check on that? Or
I'll say people ask her, and then she chooses, not the other way around.
It's fair.
But
real talk.
Yeah, he cranks up the machine and asks you any particular color work or what are you looking for, and just he starts into it and you can feel it. It's going.
Flat
that's fine.
black is fine with me.
It's not Akira's first tattoo. Akira will look right at Luca and say, "The same color as my love."
Oh, that's a lovely copper cinnabar. I can work with that. And you see, he actually, after doing some of the line work, and then doing a very quick healing word kind of spell to just kind of ice it over, goes through and actually there's granulated gemstones. He actually takes those and then hand pestles them just right there in a little mortar and just grinds it up really fine, and then adds it into a slightly clearer ink, and then just starts actually etching it in. And since you asked for the +2, 2 of the lightning bolts are going to be in this cinnabar red, and one of them is
Cinnabar red number 92.
And it's and the other one is going to be in this kind of liquidy blue white with some shading. The fist he colors in as your skin tone, like actually kind of like he does a little bit of shading to make it not just look like your neck, but
Right.
he keeps it kind of your skin tone.
Nice.
And in the end of it, you do as it kind of completes, and then there's this little bit of vibrance to it. Just somebody looking at you would be able to tell that this is some magical stuff going on. But yeah, you if you reload your page, I have put in your bonus in your immaterial part of your inventory as cord neck tattoo. It's
Nice.
Nice.
As a point of fact, I didn't state a location on Slayers.
there now. I was about to get to that.
Right on the forehead. No, I'm kidding.
How very Post Malone of you.
Right. No. He'll probably do it on the back of his right fist.
Back of his right fist. This one you said just line work, 50 gold.
All black.
All black. He asks if you want some embellishment on it rather than just the fist and lightning bolts. Like just little, and he uses his finger to do a couple of marks just to show like it's glowing, like the picture.
Sure. Yeah. I was like, oh, actually, could you do like a mountain behind it? But then I was like, well, that just looked like a black smudge behind it. So like, no, it's fine. Like, yeah, just the glowing lights is fine.
Oh, well, no, if you want a mountain, I could do a mountain. And he uses the prestidigitative property to kind of like show this like mountain behind the lightning bolts and kind of up and over the fist. I don't do smudges.
Well, that was above table, but
Yeah. Well, if you want it, I could make it good. And he like, and my misinterpreting, he was taking no offense in it, more of just like,
yeah,
more matter of factly, like, I can make it good.
right. I actually just had this like kind of dopish imagery that I just kind of thought of. How about underneath the eyes on his back, and not just like plain black, and like whatever colors like makes it work, but like a mountain, right? That's like got a peak that's kind of like angled in a way that like if a storm were to hit one side of it, the other side would be protected. One might say, and like perched atop it, a platinum dragon with a rolling storm above it.
Nice.
Oh,
And then you got like
That
the
one
wolf
for you.
eyes looking down on it.
You killed it. You killed
one.
it. I like it.
That one for your platinum dragon tattoo. That sounds really cool. And finishes the one. Akira's takes the
sort
better.
of-
I would say Akira's takes the better part of an hour, partially because of how having to detail it and get the gems processed right and making sure everything is as it should be. Yours are a little quicker, just because it's just line. You're asking for line work, and he just kind of goes through, and your skin is thick and tough, really easy to work with, and it's kind of all right. And you big canvas, even your fist is fucking like 6 inches wide, like just big old meat.
Right. Misunderstanding there. I wanted to tie the two together in that. So like with the rolling storm above, no fist
of cord. Okay.
Maybe the in a way to pay homage to the dragon. I'm blanking their damn name. That gave me the storm girdle.
That's Dawes.
Dawes, right? As an homage to Dawes, the platinum dragon should actually be wearing like just a holy symbol of cord, not the storm girdle itself, but just like
right.
And quick question, Jeremy, above table, not from Akira to
above table
tattoo guy. Ro inboxed me. Do you know that this is the same tattoo guy that did Erigen's tattoo? Is that something you guys worked out? Because he just told me that, and I was unsure if that was something you and him had worked out. So
yeah, I think we talked about it. I think I might not be the exact same guy.
Okay.
Yeah, it might have been years ago. Might have been a similar guy, but I don't know if it's the same guy. But
oh yeah, he says he spoke about it with you, but I just wanted to be sure. I didn't want to dive right into that and catch you off like way to the left with it. So
right,
that's
like,
all.
oh, you did my brother Erigen's tattoo. No, I didn't. Yeah.
All right. Right. I just didn't want to ambush that in there unless it was like really already like hammered
I'll say
yeah.
he's messaging me too.
Can't hear you, Jeremy. See your lips moving.
Can't make out the words. I'm deaf. No. He said it was a turtle at the very least. That is true. It was a turtle. Maybe not exactly this turtle, but
okay.
Someone who's very, very similar in equipment at very least.
Yeah, Akira is going to make note of that, and then for the next visit to this person, probably bring it up. So I'm just taking mental note. But yeah, Ro had just sent me a message. But yeah, continue on. I just want to get a ruling on that.
Yeah, no worries. Definitely similarly equipped. This one is marketably older.
Gotcha.
But yeah. So for yours, small, super detailed, took about an hour. Grinding included. The big canvas, though it's just line work, it is a big canvas, and so about another hour worth of work, and like y'all had seen with the people passing by, or y'all had seen as people passing by him working. He's not putting you behind a curtain. He's doing this in front of God and everybody. Mostly for advertisement, and definitely other people are noticing, and look at this work, and oh my God, he's tattooing a giant, and all this stuff, and going through your 100 gold for the technically 2 tattoos worth of tattoo, getting the whole thing in and shaded. Yes, your back is now a massive mountain, slightly not perfectly diamond or not perfectly triangular, more askewed to one side, and then the platinum dragon wings out almost like they too are standing against the storm that is coming. Lightning and radiance coming off of them, it seems.
Fuck yeah.
All right. Was there something that Luca wanted to put on their body as well, be it magical or non?
Luca is getting. I have linked an image in chat, but it is the 4 spears for mace, holy symbol of Cord.
Aha.
It's a much older Greyhawk era version of Cord's holy symbol. And Luca will be getting that in the same location that Akira got theirs.
Right on the neck.
Now, Akira paid for one of the very highly magical ones, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I think Luca will go with embellishments to make it, like, at least pop and be interesting and have, like, maybe some magic aura to it. But, you know, I'm willing to pay a little extra to have it, like, match in that way, but I'm not going to be able to afford the... like,
all right.
actual...
Well, yes.
I broke myself to get this.
The illusory extra is merely double the price. So
okay, so another, okay.
Just another 50. Well, 40, because y'all are in fact getting it as a group, as said. So everything is still 20% off.
Oh, okay. So in total it's 80 instead of 100.
Yeah. 80,
oh, yeah.
and
Sweet.
3,600.
1,800. Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
so I will have I will have exactly 200 left over. Okay, that's good to know.
So the line work of the 4 spears and four maces, all of it together.
You can actually see the picture in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The 4
yeah.
spears and the 4 maces.
Yep.
All coming together in this little kind of radiant center, putting a little bit of that kind of almost sulfurous yellow into the middle. These rosy or maybe blood mist. Not quite
for the mist element. I think I was going to take another little hint from Akira, and perhaps have that done in green.
And taking it into the green and having it fade from yellow to green rather than yellow to red. And
so, sorry, you're like copperish in color, right?
Yep.
And you're getting green on you.
So it looks like I tarnished.
It looks like you tarnished, yeah.
Sparkly green at that.
I'm sorry, did you just say the tarnished?
Yes, exactly. Yep. Tarnished one. Put these foolish ambitions to rest. Yeah, Ro got it in the chat too. Yes.
Yep.
The spears and maces forming their compass rose the way that they do, but when it's completed, again, about an hour worth of work, the illusion kind of pops, where just kind of, again, just millimeters maybe above your scales, it just kind of like ripples and just rotates a little bit to it. Just very much an attention grabber, a conversation starter at very least.
Yeah.
And retconningly, again, if the rest of the group decides to dip into this, it will be that 20% off. I'm going to tell you, putting it on record. So if the rest of you want to benefit off of this, you can.
Okay, so as we're wrapping up here, I'm gonna look to this guy and I'm gonna ask him a question. I'm just gonna be like, is there a Gilmore's here?
Gilmore's.
Yeah, Gilmore's Glorious Goods. You know.
I am not aware. I'm not aware of a Gilmore's in Nicodranas. I am aware of a Gilmore's in Port Damali, partially because it is not to disparage Nicodranas, but Port Damali also has a skyport, and there is even more trade that goes through there, being on the northern part of the Concord.
Yeah, that does make sense. Right, that's good then. Is there another prominent place that might take like dangerous items? You know, like they hold on to them. Like if you found something cursed and evil, you could give it to them. Is it one of those?
Cursed and evil things. Usually, I've heard of churches of, well, ironically, and he pokes towards your now healed over back tattoo, Platinum Dragon. Usually, there's a particularly strong church of the Platinum Dragon in Port Damali, but if I remember correctly, anything that you would turn in there would be shipped to Vasselheim. And
it's way over on the other continent, yeah?
Isilra, yes.
Right.
A ways.
Smart Slayer.
A ways further than even we sail, mostly because leaving the Lucidian Ocean the northern way is tantamount to suicide, and then going around the southern part of Taldori is weeks and weeks and weeks of sailing.
Makes sense.
I haven't done those kind of long trips since I was a young one.
Fair enough. So, alright then. Is there a good prominent temple of Bahamut or even called here?
There are those that worship here, though it's not, they're not quite as prominent, I would say.
Fair enough.
This town is a touch more lawless. So smaller churches, and well, at least to the Platinum Dragon, you may find churches of cord. And he takes a moment. And if you find any particular end of the day kind of fighting pit area, there are plenty of folks that'll see. I know a lady that holds a fighting pit. Sometimes she even heads one, or headlines it. But
It sounds like it could be fun. He says, looking to Akira and Luca.
Could be.
You see Akira like readjusting their hand wraps, cracking their knuckles, and just smiling at you like,
Right.
If you're looking for that, I could pass word along for them to seek you out. Usually, that's the sort of thing that, especially, well, if you're a betting type, I know money gets exchanged in those around those pits. I could drop a good word to set you in. I've felt both of your musculatures. I'm pretty certain you'd fit right in.
It definitely sounds like my kind of place. Well, our kind of place, really. But yeah. All right then. It's good information to have. I do appreciate that.
Akira will kind of sheepishly look at Luca about the fighting pits, just kind of like, is that okay? And then I go to the fighting pits.
Luca seems unfazed.
Great. All right. That means I have to ask no questions. That could cancel that. Okay. Great. Real partnership. Like, I think I can. Right.
Yeah. You good.
make sure I'm staying.
Oh,
make sure I'm staying within some canon.
So
As I go look at-
something that I thought of, that it's a bit of a retconningly, the mountains that you said that we were in the school. Did I hear that correctly? As the Dunrock?
Dunrock, yes, across the northern side of the empire.
Would they be familiar to? Would that particular area have been familiar to Slayer at all? As Barafkra is nestled against the Dunrock mountain range.
As far as like makeup
General area.
I'll say makeup of the mountains. Yeah, you could tell you were in the Dunrocks, but the Dunrocks are several hundred miles long.
Just wondering if there was a chance that it was a familiar area of them.
It was not nearby to parts that you were familiar with, and not that you wouldn't be able to recognize it. Very much, this was an unfamiliar part.
Okay, cool. That's what I was looking to know. It was something I had thought of, like at the end of last session, and then forgot it, and then totally spaced it all week, and then it just clicked into my head, and I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to ask about that. But anyway, cool. Good to know.
No worries. Though if you're looking to sell things that aren't terribly cursed, I know a place called Meandering Treasures. It's over. He kind of quiets. It's over on the Restless Wharf, but they do trade in some of the moderately magical items.
That's quite all right. Thank you. We managed to accomplish that already in our previous.
Oh, fair enough. You look like you all are collectors of
destination.
things.
Yeah, I've got a lot of things, and just not too many of those cursed things. Though obviously we don't like to carry those around; those are bad. But we happen across them every so often. So,
but yes, if you want to keep your business here in the open key, he kind of a little more presentary when he says that part.
Yeah.
And that fighting pit, you'll be one to go by the Withered Bird. In down yonder way, actually. Lots of sailors go through it. Lots of sailors get beat through it.
Excellent. Sounds like a great time. Well, thank you, Captain, for the tattoos and the information.
Yes, of course. Thanks for.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Captain.
And if you need an apothecary, you can go. If you look like you'd all belong in the Opal Archways.
Visibly wearing a potion belt.
Yeah. Actually, part of what clicked in my head. Bernato's Better Self, run by a young man named Yeza Bernato. Good alchemist, that one.
Excellent. Above table question, as the potion belt was brought up, are the loops on the potion belt big enough for, like, say, a candle?
If you might have to rig it up so that you could fit the candle in there, and then some sort of like pull tab spark mechanism. You might have to rig something up for that. I'd be willing.
Yeah, I'd have to rig something up for that part too. I was just wondering if the physical holster would fit a candle.
Yeah, you could probably make it fit.
Okay, cool.
Especially you being able to just go.
Yeah, great.
It might not ever be able to fit in anything small ever again, but we'll see.
Okay, fair enough.
It is a non-magical object. It is just sheerly mechanical.
Right. Good to know. Excellent. Save that for the crafting time.
But yes, as Schrodinger's tattoos for
Everybody else.
Asher, for Asher first, would I say? Yeah. I've got some stuff I gotta do. I made that deal. I gotta go pay the piper, as it were. He nose touches towards Orly. But I'll be back soon. She said I just need to come and check in. I'll be back. She said she could send me wherever you are. So, I'll check in before I come home.
Oh, right then. Be safe.
And then he kind of turns.
He says pointedly.
He kind of turns and says, "I'm ready." And then there's this moment where just like he starts walking, and then right behind him, this portal opens very quickly. Some gripping of, it looks like just a pool of blood suddenly appearing, grabbing onto him and disappearing.
I don't know that will never not be unnerving a little bit.
I agree.
Is anybody else worried for
100%
him?
agree.
I'm a bit worried for him.
A bit.
I don't think so. Darius chimes in. Kassir is very capable.
It's true.
Yeah, that's
It's very-
that's
that-
the
that's
word
true.
I'd use. Definitely the word I'd use.
He's very skilled in
Yeah,
areas.
right.
Though he had a point. It's been a while since frantically checks notes for name of person. It's been a while since I had that knot with Navanod. Is a brothel here?
I mean, yeah, it's a port town. There are definitely places about you might be able to find.
Slayer. Something I remembered is Slayer is actually still drunk from Jimothy.
Fair enough.
Because that happened.
It did happen.
It's-
Hey! It's been an hour. Throw another concept.
Oh, fair enough.
Actually, it's been the better part of like 2 or 3 hours.
Fair enough. That's a way better
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. While tattoos are going, you do end up sobering up a touch.
You might say
I
that
only
tattoo
had
was
one
a
failure,
sobering
so-
experience.
Right. Yeah. As I only had the one failure. Granted, it was a critical failure though, so I don't know. But
Uh-huh.
anyway, so he's not that drunk, so maybe I wouldn't be on a brothel anymore.
That's up to you, though. That's up to you. Hey, you don't have to be drunk.
You know,
to be
yeah,
horny.
I mean, we're
you don't
talking-
have to be
yeah,
drunk
that's
to
fair.
be horny. It's true.
That's fair. You know, he just, he has a certain amount of control, typically.
Also true.
That being said, it still has also been a while since his night with Navanad, the Goliath woman that he met, and Grimglair? No, it was Hupperduke.
It was Hupperduke.
It was Hupperduke, yeah. It was Hupperduke. So, I mean, it's on the mind.
Makes sense.
Mostly because, Kassir was talking about it, but he's rambling off the list of things he wanted to do, right? One of
Indeed.
those things was. Anyway.
Did you say it out loud right there?
No, he would have had more self-control than that since he's
Just
not
a-
as intoxicated.
Okay, double checking.
No. I mean, he
Then
does.
Orly- then Orly
he
doesn't
does
say
have it
anything.
on the mind, because A, Azur's been talking about it. B, at some point they're gonna meet up with Nyack, and Nyack's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I went to this great burlesque show," and
Yeah.
you know, so it might be on the agenda for
Look.
downtime activities.
Look, Nyack comes back and does or does not get tattoos, according to the will of, and gets his share of the bounty.
Indeed.
And talks about this beautiful show that he got to enjoy, and have lunch. And
Slayer makes a mental note of that place's name and location.
Lava Chateau on the north side of the Opal Archways. And it should be even on the map.
The Opal Archways is, and so actually now I see it. It was really tiny.
Yes, it was really tiny. I made sure it was over the place where it is. But you see, he also comes to say, I've been doing some negotiating on behalf of myself, and I think all of this putting all of us in danger, and really attacking isn't it's not the only way to get the results. It's really the hardest way. So there's I have some things that I need to do, is what I'm saying right now. So I'm going places. I need to do some things. If anybody needs a ride to Singorn, I'm taking Kerberos to Singorn.
Akira will pipe up.
I'm planning on spending a couple of days there, to decompress after everything.
Akira would pipe up, looking first to Luca, before moving over to what Nyack just said, and they will.
Rose shouting "wait" in the chat.
Yeah, well, he was telling me to wait on the later part of what that discussion was going to entail, which is why I pivoted hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, Akira would definitely express interest in traveling to Singorn, as they would like to make contact with their blood grandfather, which they did find out was still alive and over there. So they definitely want to go and do that.
But yeah, you guys have the staff. You don't have to wait for me. I found some things out, and I want to spend some time with my friend. There's that momentary kind of like look of if his beak can smile. It's that moment of like, my friend. You know, they were they were the best of friends. He left him his entire estate in the event of his death. Historically, that's never meant anything ever.
Yeah, history will remember them as best friends.
Best friends. But that's gonna have to be tomorrow. I'm tired. I think that I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go find a room. there's an inn down the street. I passed it on my way back. I can throw down just in case everybody wants to stay there.
Sounds good to me.
Wait, Luca, don't you have a house?
Yeah, I was just gonna crash with Luca.
We could stay at your house.
That was
Slayer
the
totally
intention.
taking it for granted.
No,
I mean,
that was the intention and offer made.
oh, you did make the offer. I wanted to make sure I wasn't being terribly rude and just assuming that you were going to open your house. I know mine was open, but also mine was empty, for the most part.
And remodeled.
Oh,
Yes,
yes. There's some remodeling to do,
all-
that's for sure.
you are all very welcome to stay at the estate.
I guess
There's guest rooms for everyone.
you can lead the way there if you want. Unless.
I just had a sudden thought above table question for Tim and Sean. It's been talked about, the engagement, quite a bit. Have either of you actually asked Slayer to perform the services yet?
Not as of yet, because we haven't set a date. So I think it was more about asking Slayer when
Once
we
you had
actually
a
had
date.
more. Once we had more planning involved.
That's fair.
We haven't officially asked him yet, but we're going to.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's 100% going.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure before I said anything like in character about it, you know, like. 'cause-
Oh no. We are definitely going to ask Slayer. We haven't had a lot of downtime to discuss wedding plans, and Luca's mom definitely wants to be involved.
Right.
So, and then also part of my trip to Singorn is to contact the human half of my family, meet them for the first time, and then also introduce Luca and just kind of talk to them about what's been going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, Slayer doing the ceremony was definitely in the cards for us, no matter what.
I remember it being mentioned above table. I just couldn't remember otherwise.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well then, not mentioning anything about that really, Slayer will just say, "Hey, I'll finally get to meet, your whole family."
Yes,
Um,
definitely.
I would say, to be fair, the engagement was announced in party.
Yeah, that was. I
Okay,
knew that.
okay.
I knew that was talked about.
Okay, just making sure.
Right. Like I knew Slayer knew about that, but he hasn't been asked to be the officiant yet.
The
so-
officiant, yeah.
So he
There-
wouldn't make a comment about being the officiant yet.
Nice.
Was
Okay.
the question.
Okay, just making sure. We're good. We're all good here now. How are you? But making your way around, Nyack pardons himself and just says, "I'll be around later. I need to." And he looks over towards the Mother's Lighthouse, further down the peninsula of the Open Key. I'll be around.
Slayer will put a hand on Nyack's shoulder and just give them a not like a firm look, but not like a angry look, you know.
Firm,
Like
firm, not stern.
Yeah, like a firm look, and just say, "Go with honor, friend."
You
And
too.
he'll make a point of saying, "Friend," like he's like emphasizing it.
You too. Talons cup your ample bicep. And yea and verily, away they go. And away you go. Up and around the quay, make your way through the northern parts of the Restless Wharf before getting into the opal archways. Lots of smells and sights to be had. Purveyors of pastries of all sorts. Purveyors of fruits of all sorts, including those that you wouldn't find here on the mainland, imports from all around the Lucidian Ocean. But getting into the Opal Archways, a little bit less of the street merchantry, and more fine houses. Fine houses, the many of them, not the least of which being coming up on the lands of House Debatoire. You get up to the main door of the household from this direction. A brief knock and an opening. The tiefling known as Reginald coming to the door and opening, immediately recognizing the lot of you. Yes, come in, of course, and stepping aside and welcoming you in. Do you all require anything?
Water would be great.
Water I can do. Anything else? Are you hungry? Do you need? Do we need to prepare rooms? You all look like you've been on a journey today.
Akira does not know how to really respond to such being doted on like this. So they're looking around at everybody else for how to handle this.
I'll take a hot bath, a hot meal.
Hot bath can be drawn. Any particular meal, or just what is at the whims of the lady of the house?
Whatever you got, whatever was already planned on the agenda for this evening.
I will warn her that we have a giant among our company, so that she will make sure to make enough.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Akira will just say the same. Like, yeah, I would. A bath sounds heavenly. A bath and maybe some like a snack.
2 hot baths drawn. Again, any particular
cheese and crackers would be fine.
Cheese and crackers we can do. Master Luke, anything in particular for yourself?
If you get a bath as well, we might as well all just share a bath, I'm just saying.
Luca does a few hard blinks. And nothing in particular.
Bathhouse is a thing. I mean, what, you don't have your own?
The estate has many baths.
It's good.
Oh, there's more than one?
Reginald kind of nods his head. Yes, we have baths for all of our guest quarters. We have baths for all of our main living quarters. There is, in fact, a spa style bath that can be drawn. That if you were wanting to bathe and have a meeting, not something completely unknown to Master Philavanderus.
Akira would just get the regular bath.
We could use the spa. It is an option.
See, I told you. I told you. If we all wanted a bath, there'd probably be a better way to do it. Just saying.
Yeah, but there is the spa. We could do that.
To be perfectly honest, I expected some sort of livestock tub for myself, but the spa does sound better.
We can definitely do better than a livestock tub.
Our tubs would be a bit not inadequate for you, but you might require assistance to be able to utilize it to its full capacity without making a large mess. We've had a number of giant visitors. But in the spa would be quite adequately large for yourself and the others.
I think that settles it then. I think we'll use the spa. Besides, you could also have someone give you a massage if you want. That's an option.
My back's a little tender still.
This is once again a case of Akira realizing the type of lifestyle Luca has, and there's just kind of like you just see them mouthing the words, like, massage?
I mean, Slayer's never really been around this type of shit before, but like with his elevated intelligence, he's like connecting the dots and picking up on things pretty quick. He's like, oh, I could get whatever I wanted here, probably. Like,
just
like,
about.
Like Akira is making the same revelations, but it's a little bit more of a shock because they just really didn't like.
Yeah.
They even though they've been here once before, it's a short trip. So like a lot of the stuff that Luca is like, it's like every day to Luca is like oh my god, this is like just impressed.
Yeah, you're very much
this
the shy kind of like, oh man, this is really cool. Oh man, and Slayer's very much like, this is fucking sick. Give me this, give me that, give me that.
Well, and
I am in a candy store.
I know that I haven't really talked much about my home and my family while we've been on the road, but
yeah, it's quite surprising.
I assure you that you are all quite welcome here, and please feel free to use the amenities in any way that you like. They are here for a reason.
Akira like just kind of nods and smiles, and then like as they just take in the slice, they and plus your mother loves me, so I think I'll be okay.
He really does.
Yeah, no offense at all intended by this, but with the amount of shit we've been through and that I've pulled you out of and that you've pulled me out of, I kind of just took that for granted. I hope that wasn't rude of me.
Oh no, you're Dimmer and your family at this point.
As are you.
If
we ever make it to Borovka, our home is much more humble, but you will be treated as family.
Not Arrogant, Doomslayer's already been to my home.
Yeah. Fucking, what is my... I know I wrote it all out, actually. What did we live in? We lived in... my adoptive family kept a modest lifestyle in a large house, right? But again, it's Borovka, so it's in the mountains. It's in the far fucking north.
A large house means some different things to different people.
Right. And granted, there was 7 other siblings, and it was there's also an orcish household, and it was modest. So, like, yeah.
Well, part of the reason that I don't really talk much about it on the road is because, well, the majority of people you meet don't really know this life.
Yeah, I probably would never have dreamed of this before having met you and having picked up a bit of it, but you hide it well. I never would have guessed it to this degree.
It's a card I play very close to my chest, but we've been interacting with some people that are on or above that level, so it's bound to come up. But, to be clear, I've intended for a long time to bring you all here. It's a good place to rest and regroup. And the doors will always be open to all of you.
Yeah. Akira just smiles and just is as we walk to wherever area we're walking to, is just 100% taking in the sights.
Oh yeah.
In fact, Dumorin, I've actually taken that a bit to heart. You see, there's something else that I haven't told you about yet. So as we're walking, Luca will be talking. But the last time that I was here, I set up an account and hired retainers specifically in the event that if anyone in our close circle meets their unfortunate and untimely demise, we'll bring you back. And
Oh,
Lucas
good.
smiles.
Oh, good. That's good. I'm guessing that's how you got an Ayak back so quick, yeah?
It is.
That makes sense, then, yeah.
But
Well-
there is a fund just in case of that dire emergency. But
Well, there's
perks, I
some
guess.
excellent foresight on your part there. So,
We do live a dangerous life.
it's true.
Shockingly, I do more planning than I do talking.
Well, you're good at both, clearly.
Thank you.
As y'all head towards the spa house, Reginald kind of double timing it to get ahead of you,
Really just trying to get ahead of Doomslayer.
well, I'll say y'all
I'm
are
walking
I'll say,
slow-ish.
y'all are as fast as your slowest member, which in this company is Luca. But he tries to double time it ahead so that he can get there and calling for different people, and they begin the procedures of getting water gathered, heating it, pouring it into this giant basin. They have a system and it works, and it's not instantaneous, and it's left empty, in the in between time for cleanliness purposes. But being able to get in there and off to the side, rather than having some sort of like side chamber that is completely separate to put your things. It's basically like almost a locker room in and of itself, where it has like these individual shelved units to hang your clothes and put your stuff up and leave your things, and each of them kind of having its set of several towels, and then seeing a Goliath come in. You see Reginald very specifically approach one of his compatriots and says, "Can you while they're getting ready, please stitch together 3 of those towels?" And this other guy kind of grabbing a sewing kit, kind of starts this. It looks fast, but like he knows what he's doing. Just kind of just this very quick, thick stitching for strength, to make sure that you in fact have adequate towelage for yourself. It takes a better part of about 15 minutes, both for the sewing and for the filling of the tub, or of the spa. But it does, from the another part of this house where they are pouring the water. You see the water pouring from a spout at the side of the tub that's kind of integrated into the floor, and then pouring in and pouring in and pouring in, kind of like 50 gallons at a time almost, until it does become it's only about 3-4 feet at its deepest, and it has sitting shelves on the side that are below the top of the water level, but it slowly fills. You're able to get yourselves kind of settled, taken down to whatever your comfort level is, and nice hot bath, some oils and soaps and things are brought out and kind of sat next to you on little trays. This kind of like sandalwood oil and this very lovely, almost like cinnamon spice kind of perfumed soap. When you recognize, Luca occasionally breaks out while he's on the road just to treat himself, smell good.
Very nice.
And
Definitely Bayram. Definitely Bayram.
I understood that reference. I too have my not sponsored. I paid for this Dr. Squatch Fireside Bourbon. Yeah, it's my
Nice.
that's my cologne of choice right now. By the way,
Legit.
can recommend. They have other scents too, but unfortunately, I'm addicted to the bourbon.
I'm more of a pine tar guy myself.
That's all right. That's all right. If you can afford it, Facebook advertised to me and gave me a 40% off coupon so I could afford
I
to buy
literally
that.
get a text message from them every single morning with a different deal.
Nice, love that.
It's kind of annoying, actually.
You can turn that off on mine.
I'm too lazy.
I had to do it. Yeah, I could be bothered because my ADHD can't handle it. Overstimulation, ding. But, anyways,
Just gets my hopes up. I'm like, ooh, someone wants to talk. Oh, damn.
being able to scrub down, smell good.
Luca probably teaching Akira how to use all of these things because
Sit and
Akira's
talk.
not used to them.
Slayer paying close attention to that from a distance. And also dedicatedly cleaning himself well.
Luca definitely reading the social cue and talking loud enough for Slayer to hear.
Yeah, it's not the biggest room ever. You know, it's big.
No, for sure,
But yes, able to be heard, able to be noticed.
being completely in the nude, keeping a respectful distance, you know, still within the same body of water, you know. Proper hot tub etiquette, you know.
5 feet away because we're not dating.
Yeah.
Wink.
Yeah. No. Don't have the party polycule going yet, but you know.
Indeed. Unlike me in Baldur's Gate 3, watch on Fridays whenever I bother to stream. But you are able to settle yourselves, enjoy the finer scents, enjoy the finer feelings of being bathed and oiled and
Not just relying on prestidigitation.
not just relying on the certainly clean but definitely dryness of prestidigitation.
Yeah. It looks like Tim said he'd BRB, but
I just got back.
that's fine.
Just got back.
That's fine. I was just gonna talk anyway. But I was just gonna say, Slayer definitely noticeably like actually trying to clean himself, like I mentioned, but like also sort of like trying to primp himself up a bit, you know, smell nice and all that.
Indeed.
He's getting ready for
If he'd like, Luca can actually show him how the various things work if he doesn't know them.
yeah,
Luca
he would
kind of-
accept such assistance.
Yeah, Luca kind of noticed that he doesn't seem to know them, so he's going to just teach both Slayer and Akira. And probably have them try different scents before they decide on them. You know, do it right.
Yeah. Slayer definitely ending on a very, you know, mountainy, timbery sort of scent, probably.
Akira would go for a more sandalwood smelling scent if they have it.
Oh yes.
Maybe a little bit of frankincense.
Some myrrh.
I mean, yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, it also
It's
It's
good.
actually frankincense,
Everyone-
sandalwood, and
So, like,
ambergris. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure everyone's, like, not everyone, but most people's go-to with the frankincense and myrrh thing is, like, you know, the three wise men. That's not what it is for me. It's Shrek the Third when those fucking two guys are getting out of the van, and the dude's like, "Whoa, bro, don't burn all my frankincense and myrrh."
dear.
Also, for the record, smells pretty good. Just for the record,
I bet
outside of biblical references, but
Yeah,
There's a reason it was a gift fit for.
exactly.
Yeah.
my exposure to it as Sean was because the same guy that sold me the Egyptian musk oil when I was in high school also had sandalwood, frankincense, and myrrh. So I just tried them all and liked it.
Legit.
Just
We
how
could
it
go
went
for
for
that
me.
good old fashioned bay rum.
And while you all are bathing, as asked for,
Is it food? It better be food.
it is food, as it is brought in. Luca and Akira both recognize the plating of a Lady Debatoire charcuterie board. Mom knows you're home.
Nice.
Okay.
Kind of her way of saying that she knows you're here, but y'all are bathing and she's not going to intrude on your bathing time. Y'all aren't that kind of family.
Oh dear.
And also
Mr. Bates.
Mary Elise Debatoire is nothing if not proper.
yeah, Akira will enjoy the appetizer, 100%.
And yes, cheeses, meats, crackers, fruits, just all put together for you.
All the good stuffs.
Yeah.
Oh my.
And able to very much take in and enjoy this finer point of relaxation.
So they got a charcuterie board. Did I get a charcuterie door?
Oh no! It was for all of you, and it was piled larger than they
Fair
are
enough.
used to.
Fair enough.
Charcuterie door.
I love it.
A
It's not a
charcuterie,
charcuterie board, it's like a charcuterie plank.
a charcuterie shield.
Yeah.
They served it on your shield. Did you clean
Right.
that thing?
Indeed, but as you all finish getting yourselves together, but especially by the time you're done, Slayer, this basically it's 6 towels stitched together
Excellent.
into a triple size towel for you. Well done. And yes, able to get yourselves together. Reginald popping in, say, do you all want to retire to quarters for now? We could carry your things for you if you need.
What time-ish is it?
What was the time? Take me back to the Dwendalian Empire map. That's where I have the current time or date and time. Y'all were in the afternoon, so this would be the early evening time frame, because you've spent several hours now. Which
Akira
reminds me that I can
will-
bring that time tracker unit over to the Monadric Coast map if we're going to be there for a while.
I'm going to note that Akira did not put their hair back in the bun, so it is definitely kind of like all down and kind of draped over part of their face. And they're just going to put on a kimono and lounge in the bedroom. And unless otherwise needed elsewhere, they just kind of like just take it easy until I guess dinner time, if there is an official dinner time. Um, but yeah, Kira's just gonna relax and take it easy and start mapping out their trip to Singorn in their head, because that's about all they can do at this juncture is kind of like sit and wonder what the human half of their family is like, because they know what the dragon half is like. So
Makes sense.
other than that, yeah, Akira's just gonna take it easy. Like I said, they will attend an official dinner or a dinner if like we're all going to dinner together. Then they will definitely go. But if not, they will just stay lounge in the room in a kimono, uh, thinking.
So, Slayer's trying to think of order of events. Because he does have at least a couple things he wants to do tonight. He did want to go to that fight pit.
Oh, that's tonight. Okay, cool,
He
cool.
did also want to.
Huh? They did not specify any particular night. It's possibly every night.
Possibly
Oh,
every
gotcha.
night. There was also made mention that they might seek us out, or some such.
Makes sense.
So, I mean, he would kind of be.
What I had meant to say was that like Orly would put you on would like tell them that you were coming, so that like,
Gotcha.
hey, like if you see this giant and he talks about having been told to come here, or
Gotcha.
this giant and these dragonborn, then then yes, in fact, you were previously announced.
Fair enough. Okay. He might not have made mention of that to him tonight. Then he might have saved that for another time. So then the other thing, or two things, would be praying at the churches. But was made mention that there wasn't really those here. Like there was small ones, right?
Yeah, they're like it was more like there are smaller congregations. It's not like there's a huge temple to Bahamut in Port Damali.
Right.
Not quite as much of that going on here. More of a perhaps a shrine that has like a chapel with it.
Right.
At best.
Yeah, Akira needs that for Cord as well, because they have questions for the
for Cord
above table.
For Cord, that was the fighting pit that was mentioned.
Right.
So that's the same place. Okay, gotcha.
That's where you might find a Church of Cord out in the wild.
And above table, the biggest Church of Cord that Justice knows of is in previously mentioned Vasselheim, which is also previously mentioned very fucking far away.
It does have a certain fuckery of its far awayness.
Yeah.
I mean, Akira just needs to go to the fight pit and ask them where is the nearest place of power for Cord, and if there's a forge anywhere near that place of power.
That is, I think, more of a question for the Vasselheim folks, is what I was getting at.
Might be.
Unless there's a closer one. Justice does not know of a closer one, so therefore neither does Slayer. But
if it's that far, then I'll put the Warhammer thing on hold, because I don't want to detour that.
That would be a dope detour.
Well,
I'm not gonna
lie. You gotta ask questions to find them out.
Exactly. So there might be a closer one. Again, Justice doesn't know. So, but anyway, so that in mind with those, I guess that just leaves the last thing that he definitely thinks he could accomplish this evening, which would be a visit to the lavish chateau.
Well,
I see.
Well, indeed. So,
while he's still fresh from his bath,
Slayer very, very freshly taking himself uptown, quite literally, northern part of the Opal Archways, for Akira and Luca. Plans for the evening.
I will go to that fight pit, but not to participate, but to ask about the place of power in the forge. So Akira will get dressed just in there in the old school gi. I take it back to the old school because I'm lounging. I'm not really thinking I have to fight tonight. So, um, yeah,
Not that you were ill-equipped to fight in that gi, but
yeah, not that I'm ill equipped to fight in the gi, but they're keeping it simple. They're going back to basics. Um, Hair still down though. That's also how you know they're not planning on fighting because I would not get into a fight with my hair down like this so someone could grab it. So yeah, but they will make their way to the fighting pit to ask my core questions, and I guess just to kind of scope it out in a way.
yeah, totally. Luca.
I think Luca would go to watch this.
Okay.
I want to see how the fighting pits go. Like, I've got time tonight.
All right.
Sounds like a date.
Yeah.
So taking yourselves on a date to the Witherbird Inn.
Going on a date to fight night.
Pretty much.
Hey, if it works, it ain't stupid. That's what I always say. All right, just making sure I'm keeping track of people, places, things that are going on. There we go. We'll drop Akira and we'll drop Luca over here. So, heading to the west side, a little uphill behind Tide Peak Tower. So, Slayer, yours after having your kind of mid-afternoon snackery, getting yourselves acquainted with these rooms, and as advertised, even the guest rooms are very, very nice beds. For Slayer, it's not that the bed is small, it's that the bed is sized. It works for you. It's big for everybody else, but it's more than adequate for you.
Right. Excellent.
And there's space to put your things, closets, cabinets, shelves, lovely mirror, kind of the very basic accoutrement of kind of basic hygiene products. A independent water basin to draw water from, to wash one's hands in the sink, or wash oneself your face or whatever in the bathroom. Indoor plumbing.
As part of primping
nice
himself
house.
up, he'll cast some mending on his clothes.
Are you going out armored up or just dressed?
I mean, like, his armor sort of is his nice clothes.
Well, that's
to be fair,
that's part of what I mean. Part of what I mean. Would he have sought out other nice clothes before going, or just cleaned up his armor, shined it up, and
I guess he might have peeked around the closets to see if there was like anything his size. Probably not.
Oh no, the closets aren't equipped.
Fair enough.
It very much is like you saw, just you had
Gotcha.
a not insignificant tour of the town on the way here. There are there are clothiers, and there are even clothiers that make things in big and tall.
In big and tall. There's a big and tall here.
Yeah.
Not that I would ever have to actually visit such a store myself.
Trust me. Trust me, they're necessary. They're always necessary. Always.
It's like all five nothing of myself over here.
Yeah, that's all right.
fighting recorders. Actually,
you have fought 100% more fires than I have. So,
yeah, fair. But anyway, I guess he would try to stop and find like some nice-ish clothing. Nothing like crazy over the top, just
Sedona Ritz.
like
all right, toss a quick investigation. Just see if you're able to find anything better, fancier looking than what you got, maybe.
probably definitely throwing some guidance on myself
Fair enough. Absolutely fair enough.
for that.
In like $1 million trooper.
Flat 10.
Yeah.
Take a flat 10.
So as for the difficulty is finding things in your size that are ready to go or can be quickly made to be ready to go. And I mean, you can find like a single set of fine clothes in the clothes, fine category.
Right.
How would you want it to look?
Oh gosh. Like it's a great question. Honestly, I've never really pictured Slayer in anything other than like tribal wear and like armor. So him, this is sort of like him like knowing he's in a really nice part of town, having that presence of mind, that intelligence of like, well, like I should look nice,
And you've seen a Goliath very finely dressed in more more civilian, not wild adventurer clothing. Navana.
Yeah. Was it Navana?
Yeah.
We met another Goliath lady or something.
You probably
the mayor lady.
Yeah,
the mayor lady.
The mayor lady. Though you met her while she was in full armor,
battle
too.
attire.
Yeah, she was in
I was like, I know I met a
enforcement.
prominent Goliath figure.
Yeah, she
but
was.
You're right.
She was in enforcement clothes, but also like nice, the finery underneath that, not makeshift furs and stuff under armor that you found elsewhere. Hers was very much tailored for her, in fact.
Indeed.
But yeah, so and you're surrounded by people. You're surrounded, like, you can see the fashions of the town, and kind of maybe taking a little bit of a cue from that. These popping colors, reds.
Probably some inspiration from Luca as well. Honestly,
Exactly.
if I'm being totally honest.
Exactly. You've been around Luca for months.
Yeah.
So kind of for you,
I'd say it'd be kind of military styled still, though. More like a military dress.
So like the still incorporating some of the subtlety, some of the
rigid and like uniformity.
Yeah, kind of a like a black coat, but the popping is on the inside. The underneath the inside lining is this like bright velvety red, and
like a cruise ship captain.
And they're able to fit you with not covering your chest, because if you're wearing a chest covering, it's usually armor.
My chest plate as part of my half plate.
And then but they do also see that you have this weirdly shaped, now that you're out of your armor, this weirdly shaped face sparkle.
Oh fuck, that's still there, isn't it?
It has never been dealt with, and you haven't been out of armor in a long time.
I forgot about that. It was visible in the bath too. Then
it was definitely visible in the bath.
So if you,
yeah,
I was like scrubbing furiously at that for a while. Probably it's like it's not coming off.
That's why you didn't want the massage.
Yeah.
But
I totally forgot about that. And the Slayer's Take emblem is there, but
yeah, and the Slayer's Take emblem's there too. Not blocked, just both exist in the same
sparkled.
Same space. it's been antiqued. No, but whereas finding something that will properly button up and do that, maybe not so much, but like a nice, what would be for most people a looser, flowy kind of shirt with the tie up there. It kind of fits on you a little bit tighter, but you're able to pull the tie up, the tie straps up, and kind of tighten it up so that it's not just, you're not blasting, I have Feymark on my chest.
Yeah.
But the nicer part, it's more like a it's more like, the millionaires that are wearing a t-shirt under a very nice suit, very nice slacks.
Something I just thought of. So his skin tone is like grayish rockish. Obviously. As part of like the primping up, honestly, he probably would have like thrown on a little like powder or makeup or whatever to maybe give himself more of a metallic sheen to reflect that sort of like flay sparkle, so it looks more intentional.
I like that. Yeah,
he's like trying to he's like, fuck, I can't get rid of it. I gotta do something though. So he's like having Luca help him with that. He's having Luca help him with like that. Maybe Akira too.
Nice. Yeah. No. And yeah.
Sounds good.
You've got friends that can definitely help you with that. But at the end of it, you look like a thousandaire, if you will. Put together. Maybe not every tie and line absolutely perfect, but definitely.
It doesn't look ramshackle. It looks intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
looks like a maybe like a military commander from somewhere visiting on business, something, I don't know.
Taking yourself up to the lavish chateau. This it's not that it
sorry.
Go ahead.
How much did that run me?
The price of clothes come a fine. I think it's 15 gold.
Yeah, that's what it was. I just wasn't sure if it was going to be like double because you're big.
That's why I like the shirt part of it a little more basic, but like the jacket, the pants, those are very nice. The shoes, though, you have your Storm Rider boots at very least. Like, okay, those are actually pretty nice, especially when they're buffed up. So, but. Taking yourself up to the lavish chateau. It is it stands out on the corner that it's at, because the buildings around it are still like nice, but this one lavish is the first word. The posts are golden. There are these kind of hanging strands that during the daytime they just look like sparkly clear bulbs, but as the night is beginning to set on, these slightly sparkly bulbs in the daylight become very nice mood lighting in the evening. This building kind of pops the outside walls of it, differing shades of blue. The windows, most of them somewhat clear, but there's a glowing gold to kind of the work of them. They're not just solid pane windows. They're multi-pane fancy windows. It just made to look almost like a tree going through the center with the branches going out. And then one on the highest floor, about 3 stories up, there is a balcony that kind of overlooks over the front end of it. going in, you see a number of folk that are working. There's a coat check. Some people checking their coats. Some people not.
I definitely don't, given that I'm basically in like some kind of t-shirt underneath this.
Right. And passing by, you actually see a minotaur. Whereas the attire of most of the other people in this place, especially the patrons, are a lot more together. This guy very much, it's a melding of both the wildness of like a loincloth, skirt kind of deal, but it's made out of much finer, kind of almost like velvety material, strapped around the middle, folded over, nice belt to it, pleated out. He is shirtless, just he is a you in the muscular department, when you're not jacked up on belt. The hair coming off and around his horns, some of it clouding up a little bit, you know what I mean, going in different directions, but also some very pertinent parts of it braided, kind of framing his face, framing his shoulders and upper chest in these very nice braids with these golden caps at the end. Very obviously both a wild man and a well taken care of man. But in seeing you, he kind of rolls out in the giant, not super loud, but just kind of a good to see another large kin here.
I'll nod in giant. I'll say. Also, does he look like he's a patron or employee?
He is actually he is standing very much as a doorman. His skirt is very much in the colors of the establishment, the blues and blacks, some reds to it, golden trim.
So then, as Slayer will nod, and in giant he'll say, "As well with yourself. It is good to see fellow large folk about. I've been told this is the finest gentlemen's club in Nicodranas."
It is the finest club for all folks.
Well, of course.
But yes, the Ruby's performance is not to be missed. You are not a regular patron. And he'll open a big hand to you. Blood.
Extending my hand out to meet his and shake, I'll say, Dumarin.
You,
I am part of a traveling group of, adventurers. We're here on a bit of business. And,
Woo.
what?
I was just saying woo because you're like.
Oh, okay.
I was just being silly.
Okay. We're here on a bit of business, and I lost the Slayer accent there. We're here on a bit of business, and just I was like I said, I was told this was a fine place to come for a bit of evening entertainment. I've heard great things of the. What was it again? The title, not her actual name.
The Ruby.
The Ruby. I've heard great things about the Ruby. As you said, not a performance to be missed.
Indeed. I would try a rothe steak. They are very tasty.
Slayer just nods to him and says, "I think I shall."
And he kind of in that way of like, you know, the kind commentary, and then suddenly kind of realizing, oh, I'm lingering too long on one customer. He'll kind of like gesture forward, and going.
Not gonna lie, Slayer had a bit of an awkward hiccup when the Minotaur was like, "Try the steak," but
and kind of gesture or leading you in, and coming into this almost ballroom looking. You know, there are chandeliers and tables all over the place. People moving back and forth. Some people sitting at the bar and being served food and or drink. But it is loading up pretty quickly. Where do you wanna be to try and if you're trying to catch some sort of attention?
I am sort of trying to catch some sort of attention. I guess, I mean, part of me was hoping that like this was more of like a brothel and that it wasn't just for the Ruby. Like, it would be nice to maybe check up with the Ruby, but point being, just like trying to make it clear his intentions there, but also posting up where he could maybe catch particular attention. Probably at like the bar, I would say.
Letting loose the tie, the tied up chest a little bit.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. For that, throw down some persuasion, perhaps.
All right.
Let's see what kind of attention you garner.
Here we go. 14.
You did prep yourself. You were getting yourself ready. I'll go this. Guide yourself. That's
all right. It's been a while.
Yeah.
15.
15's pretty good. So, kind of.
It's the hard DC, right?
Yeah. Tis what she proclaimed, and you're welcome. So. Getting up to the bar, you are greeted by this. There he is. This human man, just very properly coiffed, both hair and thick, like almost walrusy mustache that goes up and off to the side. This very nice red tie, blue vest, and kind of sleeves already half rolled up, middle of working. Sees you coming up, putting down the vibe, and somebody shouts out to him. Carlos. He helps them out real quick, and then coming over to you, he comes over and kind of just leans and just, You looking for some food, looking for some drink, or? And he kind of looks you over. Are you putting out the vibe?
Slayer is still a novice in these situations. At least in big cities type situations like this. He'll respond, I'll take a drink, yes. And I am. He'll sort of like squinty-eyed at the bartender, putting out the vibe. Definitely looking for a good evening.
Ah, yes, we. Well, here, real quick. Bet me a D100 just to make a decision for me.
All right. Fucking go big or go home. I'm gonna roll high.
My apologies if the cicada noise is coming through.
Not
It's
even a
not.
little bit.
Out. Oh, okay, because I stepped out in my backyard to
Fucking
get
damn
some
it!
fresh air, and they're like, wow.
No, it's just making the decision for me.
I know, but like, it's like, oh, 49. I could beat that. No, I can't.
That's okay. That's okay. But he kind of chuckles and in looking you over, there's he kind of pushes his hair down a little bit, and well, that depends on the kind of company you're looking for. I know the Ruby herself is booked up the rest of this week, but if you're just passing through town, what's your leaning, friend? He kind of smiles at you. You get the idea. He's looking you over.
Fair enough. Well, we'll be in town for some time, I think. Depending on how long our business takes us. But, I kind of... sorry. I'm making a crucial character decision in my head for Slayer right now, and you know what? Bet me, Jeremy.
All right. I will go lower. All right. I rolled lower. What does that mean?
All right, that means that he does not share my
That's okay.
own persuasion.
Okay.
So he will he'll say thank you, kind of acknowledging what he's been putting out a bit, and say I definitely have a leading towards more towards the Ruby, not exactly her, but you know.
Understood. No worries. No hard feelings. You like who you like, but if you're looking for the Ruby, she is booked up through Embertide, but
It makes sense.
the some particular folks have engaged her for a couple of several day engagements, but the day after her schedule I know is clear. If you'd like to put your name down.
It's sort of just like kind of like dropping some of the like beating around the bush talk for a minute there. He's just like, whoa, I'm always, what would it run me?
Well, he pauses for a second when you actually ask how much, and he looks you over for a second, and then just there's that moment of, all right, he has to ask. He says, her rates are 500 gold for a private engagement for a night, or $1,000 for, or 1,000 gold piece for 3-day engagement.
That's surprising.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it tracks, though. It tracks. It's about what I expected. It's about what I expected. Yeah, well, it's... I mean, I'm sure it's worth it. I'm very sure that it is worth it. Are there any other ladies of the house that...
Well, they do say that the Ruby of the Sea is the best lay ever, but...
That's what I've heard.
But I mean, as for us, as an establishment, we don't book those sorts of things. Though we do book some rooms if, say, you have some success tonight.
That's fair.
If you need a room for a few hours, that runs a little more affordable, I would say, to about 5 gold. It is equipped with all manner of amenities for taking care of one's bodily needs, and perhaps several people's bodily needs if necessary.
Woo!
I mean, it's not. Well, actually, it would mostly be out of his wheelhouse, based on the decision I've made via dice. Anyway,
this is why we roll dice to make decisions.
I have totally blanked on the thing. That's the thing. That's the book I was looking for. Embertide is one of them holidays, right?
It is one of them holidays. It is on the 5th of the upcoming month of Discard. This being the last day of Quesar.
Right. Okay. Today's the last day of Quesar. We were planning on enjoying all the festivities here in this town, or were we planning on...
There's possibly some migration going on around, coming back around eventually.
Okay.
Depends on where people decide to go when.
Akira's going
this
so.
I would say this downtime is very expressly yours. So.
Fair enough. How long is the planned Singorn venture, Akira?
I would like to only be there for like a day, 2 tops, because
okay.
I'm just going to establish like the meet and greet. Like, hey, maybe you knew about me, maybe you didn't, but here's my story, and see what happens from there. But I only plan on being gone by a day or 2 tops.
Embertide is also the Platinum Dragon.
That is the Platinum Dragon Holy Day.
And we know that the better place for that dude is in Port Damali.
That is true.
Okay.
Just up the coast.
Just up the coast.
Well, literally the opposite end of the...
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't you say they're like opposite ends? But,
yeah.
But anyway. Yeah, he's not going to book a night with the Ruby. Like, he has the gold. It would be worth the gold. But, like, I don't know that we're going to be here then. Because, like, I imagine Slayer wanting to push us towards Damali for Embertide.
And, I mean, and also, remember, like, you guys, I don't think all of us need to go to Singorn, honestly. Like, it's not that type of, like, I'll go, Luca express interest in going. But, like, people could stay here because we are coming back here. like
right.
no matter what.
And Baron Eve is the harvest festival essentially, kind of, right?
It's the end of, or it's the start of winter, and
Oh,
it
okay.
is a like a
Oh, it's
memorial.
I'm reading
It's
it.
the
Yeah.
Memorial Day kind of thing, at least the way Memorial Day used to be celebrated, where it is a little bit more somber.
Yeah.
How it's often celebrated amongst the veterans that I know.
Right.
It's in fact like most businesses take a day off or have reduced hours to have, it be a more low-key, respectful, let people have time off.
Even the mattress companies, because they seem to always have a Memorial Day sale.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Even
All right.
the mattress stuffers have a day off.
That's good.
Yeah. But yes,
Well,
do you want to put your name down, or I guess you would do you want to put your name down for a room for tonight? You don't have to pay up front. Unless you're convinced.
Now that I've established that that I'm not paying for a booking for the Ruby. I don't think we're gonna be here.
Just a room. He was asking more for the room.
Right. And so now I'm debating though, right, between booking a room here and just, if I do pull someone, just going back to the Deadwood Forest. But
that's not awkward. Certainly
that's not awkward at all. No. Slayer's intelligent, not wise. No. Yeah, I'll rent a room. See what happens.
Okay, yeah. Throw down the 5 gold, and he kind of takes that in, and also kind of very quickly grabs a bottled ale off of the shelf behind him, and just kind of very, very quickly decorks it, and says, if you're looking to get started, I could point you in a direction. If you go to the other side, kind of close up, very often, and especially on nights such as tonight, parties of ladies that are celebrating one of their last nights of freedom, shall we say, get together and usually sit up close on that side. And well, if you're trying to garner some attention, and again, I describe it as Peggy Carter reaching forward and stopping herself in Captain America. It's that moment where he kind of like he's gesturing towards your chest and then does not touch the chest. If you putting that out there, you may fish for success. Very well, and right over there.
Thanks for the pointers.
Go get him, lad. I believe in you. I believe in you.
And just to sort of save time.
And he gives you a key as well. So excellent. Yes, going and putting yourself out there, having a very it is a very good show. Again, this magnificently dressed woman, and her voice to match, body to match, her whole presentation, the lights and the music and just everything about her seems to captivate men, women alike, others around the crowd just entranced as she just walking around, sometimes just talking, telling a little bit of a story, and then using that to move into the next song. And beautifully, sometimes in common, sometimes switching into an elvish, a dwarvish, these different languages, kind of flexing her muscles, as it were, as a performer. This lady puts on a great show. You are, in fact, able to garner the attention of two ladies from what seems like a bachelorette party, who are not the bachelorette, but are very much, they very much, you can tell that they like kind of like back and forth. They're both kind of flirty eyes at you, kissy face at you, and then the other one kind of like nah girl, and they have kind of a little bit like, they think they're being quiet and to themselves, but they're really not.
Slayer just giving that, like tip of the glass and wink back. Strong silent type. I'm not a flirter. I can't do it. Sorry.
The half elven one kind of comes up, and they're not super tipsy, more of just the loosened up enough of mind to openly and unabashedly flirt and offer
little bravery.
Yeah, a little bravery, and offers to share the evening with you.
Slayer agrees.
You shack up at the lavish chateau with a lovely woman who neither asks your name nor gives hers. By the morning she is gone. You are no porter for yourself, for the company, besides just the room charge.
Right. Slayer does not show back up at the Debutoir estate that night.
Oh, okay.
And you very much have
Here's in the morning.
Have a restful evening, and while you don't find her, you do find let me make sure, because I have people.
I can say if she did. Oh man, no, that's terrible. Don't say that, Justice. It's a bad joke.
Bad joke. Good. Well done. Well done.
It was involving names. I was just gonna say you should call me the Slayer. There was more to that, but
nice.
I'm not gonna.
Heard, Chef.
Yep. Leave it there.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. I'm the Laura Bailey. I'm the 13-year-old.
Always. But she left a note saying,
thank you for a funky time. Call me up whenever you want to grind.
Basically, yeah. Essentially that, but she signs it very particularly with a big, just this big swooshy kind of signature. It's well put together, the rest of it, but Lacey, L-A-C-Y, big loopy letters, purposefully loopy letters, for her signature.
Just Lacey?
Yes, and she
for note-taking purposes.
Yes, just Lacey, but it is very much the note says that if you're ever in town again, hang out here, and she'd try to find you.
Yep, exactly what I said.
If if you want. And
Lacey. What a lovely name.
indeed. But that same night,
That's Slayer's night.
over to the other
Not
side.
the other two.
Over to the other side. Going across town, north town, up close to the gate, where perhaps an inn might want to be, both close to a gate and close to the port. The Withered Bird, open for a bit of business, not inside the inn itself. The interior of the inn is very much just a place of boarding. It is there to house people, but outside in this kind of outer garden area, there is a bar stocked with all manner of booze, but there is a section that is like cordoned off on the shelf that has above it, kind of scrawled into the wood, sponsored by Lionette Wine. And one of the wines that you would recognize having been from Comorda up in the Empire. It was one of the vineyards up there. And as you go looking around for people and things, there's a section of this garden area that looks like it has in fact been dug out, a basically about 30 by 30 area that's been dug down about a foot and then filled with sand. And
it's like my old backyard back in Grimgolier.
Yeah, kind of like outside of Grimgolier. Yeah.
Well, GIF aren't good fighting indoors, so we kind of had to make a fight pit in the yard.
Exactly. But as far as finding the pit leader, it's not a terribly difficult proposition, because sorry, I was making sure I had making sure I have things pulled up.
Yeah, for me it went completely silent, as if you like got disconnected, so I got worried. But you got disconnected.
Because there is a woman who is standing there tall. She is, making sure I'm describing this correctly, is it telling me? There it is. No. Yes? There it is. She's only about 5'11". I say only because of the rest of you. But she's only about 5'11", but her hair is this shock white. Hair and eyebrows. It's not like she bleached her hair. Her hair is just almost radiant in the way that it is white. A tattoo down from her lip down her chin, this dark blue, and then you see kind of going down this bright flower, this green and yellow and blue flower tattoo on one side of her neck, what looks like tulips growing blue and silver on the other side of her neck, leading down to this black vest tight fitting, showing off both a very nice body, but also musculature. This woman is ripped, as some might say. She's just kind of standing there, this kind of basically a sleeveless pantsuit, with the vest kind of going all the way up to her lower neck, and showing off various. She has what looks like coming down her upper biceps, looks like branches of lightning that, in how clear they are on her skin, you're not sure whether it's tattooed, scarring, something else, but both arms almost mirroring each other in the lightning going down both sides. It doesn't take much of a religion check, especially for two Cordians, to recognize another Cordian. And she's just kind of standing there, and you see there are some people that come up to her and say, how's the card tonight, Yasha? And it's stacking up, but I'd be careful who you put money on. Everyone is very capable tonight. And they walk on, and
Akira is going to approach the pitmaster. Would you say she was a pitmaster, fight master? What was her official title? I'm sorry.
She didn't have any title. She was
title.
She
Okay.
was merely referred to as Yasha by the other people.
I'm going to approach Yasha. Excuse me?
And she kind of looks up, you being taller than her. Yes. How can I help you? She kind of just does a once over on you and smiles big.
Akira is going to do the whole, move some of their hair out of their face and behind their ear thing, kind of little coily. And say, well, I couldn't help but notice your tattoos.
Yeah, you like them? And she kind of pulls back the neck of the vest a little bit and kind of showing off.
Akira will then turn their head so she can see the cord tattoo on their neck.
And looking and there's still, even though it's been lightly healed, there's still that kind of slightly fresh look to it. She's, Oh, this is recent. Oh, that's beautiful. And cord. Yes, I know about cord.
And maybe you can assist me. Outside of information on the fight cards here, I was wondering if you knew a place of power for cord, preferably near a forge.
Well, there are a few different places. I mean, big gathering places for cord.
Well, maybe not a big gathering place, but a place that would be considered a place of power for cord at least. It doesn't necessarily have to have gatherers, but it just needs to be the type of place where that, I guess, you would feel Cord's energy or presence, outside of ourselves. I have a particular challenge from him, and I need to be to do it. I need to be close to a place of power for him.
Ah. I too found myself challenged by the Storm Lord more than a few times. I would say... Excuse me, those of you who can hear me. Gross. There we go. I would say, if you are out in nature while you are taking care of your things, the more natural the better, particularly places where storms are known to pass through. And she kind of looks out towards the bay. The winter here on the coast is known to be stormy, particularly in the winter. If that is what you were looking for, and
remind me above board, it's not winter now, is it?
Oh, it is approaching winter. Like
approaching winter.
Baron Eve.
Winter is coming.
Yeah, I'll say two days.
Winter is coming.
Yeah,
thank you.
Two days from now is the calendar-wise the start of winter.
So now it has become Akira's mission to, after tonight, go to Singorn and get back here on the first day of winter, and somehow find a way to get enough gear together. I mean, I have blacksmith tools, but forge something at the bay.
But yes, anywhere along the Menagerie coast, particularly if you are up in the mountains. There are mountains on the northern end, out north of Palma Flora, that are here. Let me take you to a map.
You'll take me there. Take me. I'll take you there.
There are some mountains out on the north side, out between Port Damali and Palma Flora, that are particularly battered by storms this time of year, known as... Let me make sure I...
Oh yeah, you're definitely seeing...
It's not the 10th of Quen Pillar.
Oh, wrong.
You're definitely...
Wrong,
You're definitely seeing Akira's eyes get wide as she describes where to, how close these storms are to where we are. Like that's
the Hearthstar Peaks are somewhat of a climb above the Vesderwield forest. But if you can get yourself up there and be calling upon the storm, oops, that didn't do it right.
And this is a question, and like Akira's turn, so they can address both Luca and Yasha. I'm not
from here, even though this is going to be my home soon.
Wonderful. Welcome to Nicodranas.
Thank you. The question I have for both of you as native residents here.
Oh, I too am a transplant. I actually come from the dynasty.
Oh, okay. Well, you two would still know the area much better than I would right now, and the people. Would you happen to be good with or friendly with a blacksmith that maybe I can borrow just a touch of equipment that I'll need to forge?
Oh, certainly.
At the top of the mountain during the storm.
Yes, you may need to bring the forge with you where you go, but if you set up there, you can make a place of power using your faith and the storm.
Challenge accepted. 100% challenge accepted.
I haven't really had need for a blacksmith since moving here. My equipment is acquired over a career of sorts. But yes, if that is your plan, that sounds like a very good plan. I wish you cord strength in your endeavors.
Thank you. And I would be remiss if for my and you know what, Akira is campy enough to say this. And I would be remiss if I didn't ask for my bestest pal, Slayer, about the fight pits, criteria for entering, what's needed, and also kind of for myself. But I have a feeling he will be paying you a visit a little bit sooner than I will.
Oh, surely. Well, we usually are taking. We take names earlier in the day. Whomever is taking them today, it is me. But you come and show yourself off, and if I need a demonstration of how strong you are, I'll ask you to spar me a few rounds and see if you can take a punch, see if you can give a punch. She looks over you one more time and says, I don't think that would be necessary for you personally, though someone calling themselves Slayer might need to prove themselves. And she kind of winks.
Akira will look at Luca with like the smirk grin, like thinking about Slayer proving themselves to this person. I think you will find him more than up to the task. All the task. You may
Honestly,
need.
I think all you'd have to do is look at him. To be honest with you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, then don't be afraid to come show him off sometime. And she says it with a smile. No, like there, you can tell this woman says exactly what she thinks, and there's no hint of guile in it.
Yeah. Akira once again, kind of repeating before. Oh, I will definitely tell him where to come, even though I think he knows already. But you'll know him when you see him. Because Akira is 6'7". They're gonna tell her he's a bit taller than me and much broader.
I've not seen him pick up an entire carriage.
Oh, these are big promises. I look forward to meeting this Slayer.
With the horses attached. No.
Fact. That's a fact.
I believe it was snapping it free of the horses.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Oh, that's still pretty cool.
But I'll say lifting it so hard that it broke free of the
carriage, but there's that cart
free of the horses.
There's that cart though.
That's
with
true.
the fist of Boxel folks.
Yeah.
I kind of picked that horse up.
That's actually what I was referring to.
Yeah.
The ass end of that horse.
Indeed.
I lifted the ass end of that horse up.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Akira just continues to kind of like just grin and think about the Slayer proving themselves here. I think he'll be just fine.
But yes, if you that would be wonderful. Mostly, we need sign-ups before the high part of the day, so that we have time to promote to all the sailors as they're coming in at the end of the day, and bet on this one, and oh, this one's the underdog, and what have you. So yes, please please do come. Please do come check in with us. But yes, if you want to see good fights, our fights are the best. I and my partner definitely make sure of it. Sorry, wife.
And I am very.
She says sorry, wife, and actually shows what you can tell is a very new ring. This ring has not seen any manner of
No
of
blood
battle.
on it.
No blood, no dents, no
No
battle.
blood.
There's no tan line where it is as she kind of adjusts it and kind of like you can tell she looks at it and there is that smile of like, huh, I'm wifed up.
Did she or her wife recently have a bachelorette party? Just kidding. That obviously with the timeline that would work out. 'Cause
Indeed,
she's already wearing the ring. So
Indeed. But yeah, you'll know her too. We adhere to a very strict code in our household. Sleeves are bullshit. Her outfit will look much like mine, except a bluer and silver kind of motif. Beauregard is her name.
I definitely like your top. It seems to be stylish, but allows for good punching. And Akira will kind of like shadow box a little bit.
Oh yes, you should see when I am holding my very large sword. The range of motion is enormous, and you can tell she just like arm out, just kind of this big swinging motion, kind of bringing her arms together, and she's showing off a little bit, just kind of.
Akira definitely digs it, and it's like I just came into possession of a sword myself, so I understand.
Oh, congratulations! Is it your first?
Not my first, but definitely my biggest.
Oh well, I mean, I figured. Is it your first? Is it your first greatsword? I have a few myself.
Yes, it is my first greatsword.
I get
yes.
excitable at the choice sometimes, but if you ever want to, if you ever feel secure enough to duel somebody with that, we don't duel to the death here, but we do duel to first blood. So if you ever want to, you let me know. I'll pull my shit together.
I will consider it. As of right now, this blade is earmarked for someone. But there's nothing wrong with testing it out.
There is nothing that I have ever understood more than that sentiment. Having a blade earmarked very much for someone. I get it.
Yes, indeed. And Akira will thank them for their time. Unless Luca has something they want to talk with them about, Akira will just thank them for their time and will possibly see them for a sparring session. And we'll kind of yield the floor to Luca if Luca has something he'd like to say here.
No, I think Luca's good.
stay, watch a few fights, place a few bets.
Could be fun.
Yeah, Akira will definitely stay and watch some fights and have whatever passes for bar food. That's here.
Most of what they have here is more of the kind of superficial snackery kind of
That's what I
feel.
Because pretzel sticks.
Yeah, nuts and pretzel sticks, buttered bread and things.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. Buttered breads and things that.
What do they have a giant soft pretzel?
They're not fresh, but or not straight up fresh, but they were made today at very least.
Yeah, that's fine. Akira will get two big giant pretzels like a big kid and just and bite off the left one and then bite off the right one.
And are you placing any bets in the meantime? If you're keeping track of it, knock a silver off for the two pretzels.
Yeah, I'll place
one for two.
I'll place a silver. I'll place 2 silver bet on whoever in the first fight of the night. I'll put 2 silver coins down on whoever is the underdog.
Okay.
Luca, on the other hand, would like to make an insight check to try to see which of the contestants he thinks would win the fight.
All right, throw an insight check.
Right then, zing.
The Slayer was there; it'd be an easy bet.
Right, indeed. So
always bet on Slayer.
And I think I will. I'll use another charge from my
sure.
amulet because why not? I
That's
hardly ever get to use it. So
it's what it's for.
Hey,
a nice
you
25.
like 25.
So in going into this first fight, you see this what looks like a halfling woman, kind of a little bit looks like she eats good. You know what I mean? She's small, a little bit heavier than a lot of halflings are. But she's kind of out there in this kind of yellow sundress, kind of getting herself limbered up and ready, and you see this human man. Looks like he too is getting limbered up and ready, and this one is a weaponed match, where he's kind of choosing choosing the weapons, and he chooses a pair of short swords, and she chooses a pair of daggers, and you can tell as they are kind of in the last couple of last minutes before actually fighting, getting themselves ready. He's swinging his blades back and forth. He's got a pretty good grip on how they work. This lady, she pulls the blades over, and she's not doing these big motions. She kind of, you watch her kind of hold the blade on a finger, and then like see where the balance point is, flick it around with a finger, find where the balance point is, make sure that it's weighted well on both sides. You can tell that and the bet pool, you could tell that people are betting for her to win, though he looks more impressive. He looks more ripply. But you can see how she's approaching this. She's like, okay, see how this tool
like a
works.
pro.
Yeah, see how this tool works. All right. And then kind of goes to the other one, flips it back and forth, make sure it's good. So one of these people is more professional showman. One of these people is a professional with a blade.
Well, I think that makes it pretty easy where Luca would put his coin. What are the average betting? Like, what are people actually betting? It's probably not a whole lot.
Yeah, not for the opening fight. The opening fight right now, people are throwing down golds. The highest one you've heard is 5 gold for a single bet.
At 1,000 gold.
Uh,
Don't.
I'll put down 3 on the halfling.
all right. It is right now 2-1 odds for her, so I think that means you get paid back, with her to win. So I think that means that you would get back plus half of what you bet, right? Like you get paid out if you did 3, it'd be 1.5.
Yeah,
if I'm remembering how gambling works, it's been a long time. But
yeah, I'm still going to.
I don't want to burn too much time on it.
I'm still going to bet my 2 silver on whoever is considered the underdog.
All right, two silver on the underdog, on the man. So as they get out there, we'll do one for her, and we'll do one for him. So there are bonuses involved here. And at first, as this guy is going at her and like going back and forth, and he's sword to the dirt, barely missing her, kind of going back and forth, and she's jabbing at him, and he's barely blocking it out of the way. But as it's going, all of a sudden something happens in the middle of it, where they're going back and forth, and then suddenly Akira, you notice what is barely perceptible, but it's a trick that you haven't quite perfected in battle, but at least out of battle, being able to like tug on somebody, and you notice what looks like a hand suddenly grabbing the collar, but it's invisible. It's just barely noticeable as it like yanks him a little bit off kilter, and she's able to get just the first up his arm, and then she takes a full like 5 steps back after hitting him, and just kind of like blades up, showing that she's got blood on a blade. And there's a ding 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 on the bell, and wouldn't you know, she won.
Mage hand Aikido.
Yep, man, Mage hand Aikido.
And so yes, your 2 silver are lost, but Luca, you do gain 1 gold and 5 silver. Net gain.
Yeah.
So
getting out into the night.
question.
Yes.
What is it, Mirison? Like the day today? Is it Mirison? Is it Mirison Night Raw?
Listen. I hadn't. I wasn't paying that close of attention to the days of the week, but
I only looked them up just
Monday
now
night,
to
yeah,
make
Monday
that
night.
fucking joke.
Monday Night Raw,
So-
indeed.
Yeah.
Worth it.
Or is it Folsom Night SmackDown?
Indeed.
Nice.
I thought they changed to Thursday, but
I
I
love
don't
it.
fucking know.
Yeah. I don't know either. But
Conthson, then I can't say that one. That's a weird one.
out of the Mother's Night House. First off, Nyack, real quick, housekeeping measure while we're still on stream.
Yes.
I knew you had some cash because you had done some dealing. Was there
Yes.
any of the plus tattoos that you were looking for, up to a grand total of 3 +1s that can be applied not just now, but like later on. You know where Orly kind of does his business. If he's in town, he's at the docks. But either just decorative tattoos, or tattoos with imbued enchantments.
Magic.
Yeah, sure. He would take a tattoo while you were getting tatted up.
Of what, where, and 50 gold pieces if it's not magical. 100 gold pieces if it's minorly like illusory magical, and then 2 grand if it's a +1. And then if it's 2 +1s or +2, it's 4 grand, etc.
Of course. No pluses to it. All the stats that I need for Nyack to be good are good. So, like, as in, I cannot make them better through this magic. So, nothing needed there. But he would get like the illusory glowing. And yes, it would be rather hard with the feathers. I understand that. So I will tip better for him getting around my feathers. And it would be just a dagger, like square in the middle of his back, pointing down, and vines coming off of it, going up the first parts of his wings.
He'd be able to do that. All right.
Yeah.
Burn the gold, make it so.
What did you say it was for the illusory script again?
100.
100. I'm giving him a 20 tip.
Nice. Well, if they had negotiated 20% off, so if you actually pay the 100, that is with a 20 gold bonus. So.
But, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm doing it because
that.
He went around the feathers, so.
Yeah, easy enough.
You know, that's a fair point. You always tip your tattooist. I'm just gonna say I left him with the.
Yeah, same.
Well,
I would have tipped him out.
Easy enough. But I knew Nyack was gonna at least spend a moment at the Mother's Lighthouse. This enormous statue looking like it's stepping straight out of the rock there. At the edge of the peninsula. Anything in particular? Are you looking to find a person or just commune?
He would start by sitting down and writing another letter. That letter to Lady Duragna.
I gotcha.
And burning that. So I'll burn that gold for that. And then finally, or after that, he would take time and actually pray to the Wild Mother.
Anything in particular?
Just kind of more just give me a sign I'm doing the right thing here kind of prayer.
Okay.
That's Nyack in the corner.
Rock a religion check.
Oh, okay.
Any bonuses that you can give to yourself, easy to do if you do.
It's just a 17. I don't have any bonuses to give to myself, but it's still good with it.
Okay. Yeah. No. 17. No. 17's great. So, kind of sitting there at the base of the lighthouse. Here we go. Make sure I have all my stuff up. Do. Give me sugar in water.
More sugar.
More sugar.
More.
There it is.
Give me
Sorry,
more.
I just watched that the other day. It's great.
I haven't seen that in forever.
I fucking make that reference all the time whenever I'm like, more. That's exactly what I'm referencing.
More.
More.
But are So this lighthouse tower, there's a top floor to this, kind of up around the head area, up above the head. Are you going up to where the lighthouse part is, or are you staying at the base?
I think after writing the letter, I would fly. After writing and burning the letter, I would fly up to the top part.
Okay.
Oh, you wrote a prayer to the Almighty? What?
Indeed.
No, I wrote. No, close but no.
It's a Cosmere joke.
It was.
Yes.
But just a quick perception check while you're up there.
Oh, do I think I'm? If I think I'm going to get shot going up there, I won't go.
No,
up there.
no, not at all. Literally not at all. But
4.
4, cool. So
I don't see anything. I'm assuming.
Yeah, no, you
Take the shot.
yeah, take a shot. No, you get up there, and kind of have, kind of like you're looking down at the head underneath this, essentially this almost crown that is this lighthouse, lighthouse part of the tower. And just a, as you finish your prayer, you hear this old lady kind of croak out, "Amen." And you look up, this lady in these kind of brown coveralls, brown shirt, also a sleeves are bullshit tenant follower. This kind of shortly cropped, looks like blonde is still fading out of her hair, but there's still just enough blonde in it to say that it is. It's very Zooey Deschanel kind of square jaw, but she's more close to her probably at least 80s.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You said Zooey Deschanel, but I initially heard Zoidish.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So like Zoidish now.
And I was like, how the fuck would it be like a freaking mechanical animal robot? Yeah.
Yeah, not Zoidberg.
Or Dr. Zoidberg. either
Or
one.
Zoidberg. Yeah, I didn't even think
Yeah.
about Zoidberg. I was thinking the old animated cartoon, Zoids, you know?
Oh, nice.
Like, that's, I was like, how the hell?
That's a
Anyway.
that's a deeper cut than I've got for sure.
Anyway,
But
sorry.
yeah,
Like I said, sorry.
she Amen, as she kind of buffing off what looks like, sometimes birds don't discriminate where they shit. Even on a wild mother statue, it seems.
Yes. I'm very
and so-
careful not to shit here.
And so it's not you, bird, but like,
Yeah, I know.
seagulls. Seagulls are assholes. Everybody knows this. They're very selfish.
Seagulls are assholes.
They're very
Amen.
selfish, and they poop on
And
everything.
so are geese. My immortal enemy, geese.
The
Sorry.
Canadian geese are majestic. You take that back right now. No, I'm kidding. But
They're majestic, but they're dicks.
they are. Both can be true at the same time. But you can tell she's kind of buffing off some seagull shit off of some of the railing up there, and she looks up at you. I'm not used to visitors all the way up here.
used to the height. Feel closer to the gods and all that.
Oh, I believe. Unless you're perching yourself on Tide Peak over there, which I do not recommend. This is the closest place you can get to the Wild Mother in the sky and still be connected to the ground. Well, you don't look as rugged as some of the people that we get coming through here.
No. I'm from Rexentrum.
Oh, Empire folk. Yeah, well, nobody's perfect, I guess.
Yeah, I won't hold you being from Nicodranas against you.
Oh, well, at least here in Nicodranas, they won't try and put an arrow through you for worshipping the Wild Mother, so point Nicodranas, motherfucker. and this is her in character fully. She's a little feisty one.
Nyack would look down and say, touche. Well, I hope she heard what I had to say.
Well, nobody calls for confirmation on decisions if they're not making a big decision. Not to brag, but I've been keeping this temple for 86 years myself.
And it's beautiful. But it is a big decision. One that could change the Empire.
Oh. I've heard delusions of grandeur, but I've not heard anything quite so grandiose before. You really think you can change the Empire?
Well, if you don't dream big, you're not ever going to get there.
That is a beautiful dream. I can tell you, and she switches to Zemnian, for absolute certain. And she switches back. That some habits of the North stay frozen solid. Some call it unbearable. But
Well,
you must be particularly brave to dream so big.
I'd walk up close. I'd walk a little closer and I'd say, as a betrayed scourger, I think I have a little bit of power to make that change. In Zemnian.
And you say betrayed scourger. And she takes a moment and like her jaw hangs for a second. Just blinking at you.
I'd say, and I'd swap back and I'd say, but this has been really helpful. And I'd pull out 20 platinum. And
Yeah. Yes, helpful.
I'd say I'd like to give this a donation to this temple.
20 platinum donation then. Yeah. Yes. And she reaches up, and her hands were pretty firm before, for an old lady. And one of her hands is shaking a little bit as it kind of reaches up and turns over, and yeah, totally. Thank you.
Of course. And swapping again to Zemnian. Don't be a... I'm not here. And swapping back to common, I'd like to continue to make sporadic donations to this temple. What would be your recommendation for collection?
Well, for us here, I am the light keeper for the lighthouse. There are others that kind of keep the grounds. So this will see to their pay and their benefit. But yes,
How about this?
Is there a name I should put the donation under to make sure that others know that you are welcome here?
Know me as Whisper.
Whisper. Okay. Whisper, the owl folk, with a very impressive wingspan.
And I'd like to hold out a hand to her. To shake her hand.
And she kind of, like, takes the handful of platinum back and kind of, like, tucks it into a pouch on her overalls. Kind of, patting it down to make sure it all settles, and kind of reaches her hand. Nice to meet you, Whisper.
And nice to meet you, Miss...
Oh, Lightkeeper Gladys.
Gladys. I'll call upon you when I'm ready to make my... It truly was a pleasure.
Fantastic to meet you, Whisper. Feel free to use the front door as well. There's there's a spot down below between, if you wish. It is up here, and she kind of points out, and where, like, the lighthouse, the light area is kind of partially obscured by this crown etched into the stone that is kind of protruding up.
Mm-hmm.
If ever you need to show off the Wild Mother's beauty to others, there's a door down below, and on the front end around her boobage in the clavicle area, there's a beautiful view outward.
Boobage.
There's a beautiful view outward from an area that can be accessed, and she points towards this kind of spiraling staircase that goes down, and be accessed down below, either from up here down or down there up. Just the the door down there is normally locked unless somebody, knocks. So, feel free to knock if you want.
I will keep that in mind. And saying that, I would say thank you again, and then lean against the railing, and then just fall off the railing into a glide away.
Vaulting yourself off the side, and
Yeah.
there's that moment of, she's not used to people just dropping off the side, and so you just drop a, oh my, and you wings out, and you kind of hear that, whew, whew, and just a tiny, a tiny side glance back of your head, and you see the look of this old woman, just like 2 hands behind her on the bar behind her, leaning back a little bit, just like dearie me, kind of.
Yeah.
She's very. She believed your words, I will say. Passive versus passive.
Yeah, because I showed up with like 6 daggers on my back as well.
Yeah, you're just there. You just suddenly appear.
Yeah.
Speaking flawless Zemnian back at her. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. There are passive ways to intimidate people. But
Which intimidation wasn't my goal, but I guess it was.
I mean, you when you wield certain words, whether you're trying to be persuasive or not.
I know. I'm well aware.
Accidental intimidation. Give old ladies a heart attack. But yes. So, so heading back to Luca's residence, also being able to being announced to the house, being able to bathe, oil, get yourself together.
Yeah. Yeah. I texted this to you, but Nyack's feathers get super heavy when he gets wet, so
Right.
he would do kind of like a chinchilla bath of like ash with like a
Oh,
pumice
that's
stuff.
right.
But yeah, he would clean himself up.
You'd be able to find that, and chinchilla plus oil equals soft, forever soft.
Yeah.
But getting through the rest of the night, moving on to the first day of Deuce Car.
Long rest?
Long rest.
Thank God.
Yay.
And the official leveling up. So,
Level up
especially-
again? Sweet.
No, the official
Level 13. Where's my free feet?
Listen here, you little shits. I love you. I love you, but not that much. So,
That's fair.
but-
That point
yes.
of order though, that does put an expiry on Heroes Feast, yes?
it does put an expiry on Heroes Feast.
All right. So say goodbye. Advantage on Wisdom saving throws, immunity to poison, and 12 bonus max HPs.
Yep.
Oh, I had already adjusted that down anyway, so that's fine.
Indubitably.
Yeah.
But here in this night, as some of you are sleeping, you particularly Slayer and Akira simultaneously.
Yes.
Oh.
You are both pulled into dreams this night. Dreaming in different places, in fact. You are both pulled into a vision.
I mean, I went to church technically.
You went to some sort of church.
Take
But-
me to church.
Indeed. I love that for you.
Yeah.
No notes. There we go. Okay, I hit buttons. I did the things. I win. Okay. But sleeping in different places, you still find yourselves in the same vision, and you see each other as this may be Akira's first time in this liminal space, but for the Slayer, being in what looks like a gray, smoky haze that, looking down, the haze gives way to stone, and the stone, as the haze pulls back a bit around you, about 60 feet around you, it looks almost like a crater at the very top of a mountain peak with jagged rocks coming up all around it. This place close to Cord in vision space.
Okay.
And Doomslayer. Sorry. Doomerin. Doomslayer of the mountains. Akira's soul. Born of battle. You mark yourselves with my symbol.
At the start of we were standing in this space, right?
Correct.
At the start of the speaking, Slayer would still straight back in posture, would take a knee.
Akira would go full kneel, like both knees, as if you're waiting for Sensei to give you the word to stand up.
Right. Dropping into the 2-knee kneel, feet crossed. Yeah. As you mark yourselves, I mark you. Doomslayer. What do you challenge yourself with this mark?
He ponders for a moment. And he says, I'll challenge myself to always be better and to as best I am able embody your will and that of the other prime deities, to be the light in the darkness in this ever darkening world.
This is wisdom. My brothers and sisters, our goals are so closely aligned. Though mortals seem to only be able to favor one, there is wisdom in armoring yourself with more than just rage.
Slayer will bow his head.
Walk in the storm. Become the storm. But make sure that your back is covered as well as your front. And you feel the a kind of searing in the dragon form on your in between your shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Not painful, at least in the point of being damaging, but a definite
Kind of like icy hot burn.
Yeah, it's that it's that feeling that this too is acknowledged. But then Akira's soul, you give yourself a challenge.
Akira will raise their head in the direction of the voice that they believe the voice is coming from.
It is from all around you.
From all around. They'll still just like look
Yeah.
straight forward. And while they've never been here before, they're very much accustomed to psionic landscapes. So they begin to imagine the staff, the Hell's Wind staff. And like, you know, kind of place it a psionic vision of it in their hand.
As you begin to manifest it with your mind, it actually and actively from the stone below you looks like the stone starts to kind of pull and like break and reform as it kind of stacks itself up into this gnarled staff form, and then suddenly solidify, become a manifestation of it.
Hold on, quick technical difficulty.
I do hear you.
I hear you again. Great.
Huzzah!
Akira will say, I dedicate myself to your ways and teachings, Cord. And with that, I challenge myself to banish the presence from within this staff and make it a staff that forges in your name. A hammer.
And as you imagine it, more rock pulls up and kind of rolls up the sides and begins to, around this gnarled top, begin to fill in some of the gaps in that space, and then form around it into this long battle hammer. You walk with a curse. This and the stone above, or the stone that formed the head of the hammer, stays while and it stays in its place in space as the rest of the staff falls away for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
As it kind of breaks and falls away. This curse must be lifted, hollowed, so that stronger, better magics may be forged. wherever you go to seek this, know that you are going to have to face the being inside to assist with this. You will need to make the head of metal pulled from the Fae. For a Fae keeps itself inside your staff. It will take Fae magics to exhume her. Gather the metal. Guard your mind. She will try to stop you.
Akira will like a stern look will come across their face at when Cord says she would try to stop me, and Akira will say unflinchingly, "The roar of the storm is music to the ears of the fearless."
Akira's soul, build a better future. Forge your own destiny. Child of the Gith. And as Child of the Gith is spoken, both of you see eyes alight in the mist ahead of you. Two lightning blue-filled eyes, churning, judging, but also the expression, you know that they have judged you already. You feel the neck tattoo burn with power. You feel the back tattoo on Slayer burn with power. And both of you pull out of your vision and are back in your beds. Safe, warm, slightly worn out from the night before, I assume, both of you. Confirmed. This is a party that fucks. But
I don't know, what is that, a con save? No, I'm just kidding.
No,
I know.
we don't roll dice for that. But what we do is still roll dice. Heroes roll dice. Remember that as we end today's session of Dice Soup with the morning of the 1st of Duskar, which leads us officially into the true time of down, for which people are going places. There's going to be fun to have, places to go, stuff to do, and we can get into more of that next week, which I am super looking forward to. So,
I need to do my thing.
Well, you're gonna you're gonna do the thing. I promise you're gonna do the thing. But some people heading off to Singorn, some not, depending on what y'all want to do with yourselves. Well, I say that. Does anybody have a little more time? We can spend at least like a few more minutes if everybody's down. We don't actually.
Yeah, I was planning to go till like 3:30.
We don't have the hard cutoff at 3 like normal. My brain just was on autopilot.
Yeah, like I said, I can run till 3:30. I don't know about everybody else.
Jeremy, cut that out of the edit. You're not gonna, but you're not gonna. But I'll tell myself to do it anyways. But in that case, waking up the morning of the 1st of Juskar, there is a lovely breakfast already prepared by the time you wake up, ironically, both at the Lavish Chateau and at House d'Abattoir.
I skipped the breakfast at the Lavish Chateau to go to House d'Abattoir.
I mean, it was set outside of your room on one of those fold-outable platters. It was just sitting outside the door.
Who
But
doesn't like
part
his club with a buffet?
Right. If there's a part of it that could be like picked up and eaten on the go, I do pick that up and I eat as I walk. But otherwise,
100%. It seems the level of couth for Slayer to have basically like opened his hand and just kind of like slid the bacon and eggs and potatoes and biscuit into his hand and just kind of like just going at it and having a meal. This one something got lost in some translation. This was a normal people sized food, so it makes very, very much sense that you just like grab and go. Oh, yeah. This is the pre-breakfast.
This is all normal portion size. I'll just picks up plate, dumps in mouth.
Yeah, basically.
Yo, Homer Simpson play. I see.
Yeah.
Getting back to House d'Abattoir. A number of you a number of you up early in the wee hours. A nice big garden area with which to train.
I was gonna say, gotta get back to d'Abattoir Manor in time for training.
I would have joined Akira.
Oh yeah, Akira wakes up jubilant this morning. Anyone paying attention, Akira has several reasons for pep in their step, but they're definitely like energetic, stretching, just getting things together, and whoever's out there, Akira's at this juncture is just doing the normal calisthenics circuit, so like burpees and push-ups and things like that.
Standard routine.
Standard stuff.
As Slayer meets up with Nyack and Akira there for the morning prayers, Slayer does kind of like make eye contact with Akira and just give like a nod. In regards to the dream last night.
Right, and Akira still being 100% happy in this moment gives you like the biggest buddy thumbs up, like like yep. I had a dream. You were there. But no, yeah. Akira definitely acknowledges your nod with a thumbs up, and then just like drops right back into doing planks.
Right.
So yeah, I'm just doing the circuit. So whoever wants to join into that, you are more than welcome.
Nyack's joined with us, and
yes, he has. Very stoic look on his face, but he has joined in. He's definitely not a morning person. So yes, very, very, very stoic look on his face, but just joining in, trying to cooperate, and if there is any training after like the calisthenic set, Nyack would actually offer to help Akira understand a little bit more maneuvers while fighting flight, because Nyack
kind of cut out there.
Yeah, you cut out.
Would have the astral wings, and he would want to offer what advice he had on that.
Right.
Well, it may not be the most he would want to offer.
For sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Akira would take any advice. Nyack has.
Slayer notably actually paying attention to that as well as
You can fly now too. Yeah.
I can fly now too. I don't have wings to make me fly, but
occasionally someone must fly.
Yeah.
Yes.
The barbarian's biggest hurdle, flying enemies, has been conquered.
We all fly here.
I mean, in Slayer's case, it is more floating, but still, yeah.
Yeah.
It still
Fallen-
applies.
It's more of a
fallen with
Magneto
style.
flight.
It's
You
it-
know?
Yeah, Magneto flight.
Yeah,
Very
it's still
accurate, yeah.
operating. It's still operating in 3-dimensional space.
Yeah.
Yes. But I would also be keeping track of time. Would I have like the knowledge enough, especially now that I have my brain turned on again, to know
Congratulations.
the time discrepancy between Singorn and the Menagerie Coast?
Oh, for sure. And you've been there a few times. It is west in the world by a few thousand miles, so a few hours difference.
Okay. So I would specifically like if we have the later time than they do,
You do.
which I don't think is the case. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I would be working
I'll say
long enough.
it is. You are East Coast. Singorn is West Coast.
I think
Okay.
at this point it's borderline. We're on the 1st of the month. They're still on the 29th of last month.
No, not quite that many hours back. But
Okay.
But I would make sure to train or not start getting ready to go to Singorn until it's like daylight at Singorn. You
Yeah.
know,
so
because
like midday.
I've woken her up a few times already, and I don't want to keep doing that every time I go over to visit her.
Fair enough.
And I would message her before coming over. I would say I would send to Madame Westra. Madame Westra, I was hoping to be able to visit this morning to discuss some business with, and I have a friend who has business elsewhere in Singapore as well.
See your lips
There we
moving.
go. Sorry, I was making sure I had her stuff up. I see how it is. You tell Arenal you're still alive. But wait a whole day or a whole night to talk to me.
Ruh-roh.
You are absolutely welcome, sweetie.
I am going to respond to that, and I'm going to say
Yeah, I'll say, you know, like you can hear the semi-indignance and then the obvious shift of like, of course you're welcome.
I know. I still do want to respond to it, just to also be very tongue-in-cheek and say, I do apologize that all the magic I could muster was a cantrip by the end of that.
I am so very glad that you survived. Please come, enjoy. Bring your friends. They were delightful last time. Of course. I will make sure the home is ready.
And then I would find the party and I'd try out the party together. Letting Kerber do what he's doing.
He and Adarius having a who's more nightly off, you know.
Yeah.
Getting their stuff together.
Yeah.
Do you buy him or wait? No, he got his gear back. Never mind. You know, so you don't
he
have to
got
buy
his
him
gear
more
back. No, I mean I have that. I have anything else he may need. But
yeah, right.
After getting everyone kind of crowded together, I would say, well, as I understand it, Akira, I know you were. I don't know about anyone else, but I know you were wanting to hitch a ride to Single.
Yes, Luca and I, and I mean, anyone's welcome to come if they want. I don't expect to be there long. I just have some family to look at.
Of course. Yeah. I'll get that spell set up in just a minute. But Thank y'all. Thank you. Then I would turn to Luca and I'd hand him a cigar. Smoke this. It came from my father's personal cigar.
Who was that to? It's cutting off the top
Oh,
and bottom of
sorry.
your words.
I don't know. I will get back closer to my mic because, apologies. I would hand the cigar to Luca and I'd say it's from my father's personal cigar maker, one of his few friends I kept. And I don't know if you heard the part, smoke this at the wedding.
Smoke this at the wedding.
Oh, well, all right.
And then I'd pull out a letter and I'd hand it to Akira and I'd say, I'm gonna go start setting up the spell. Read this letter to the group and I'll see you when you come in there and you're ready. And then I'd walk out the room. And I'd hand a letter to Asher, but that's yada yada since he's
Yes.
cardboard cutout Asher right now.
Oh, right now he's lost in the Feywild, Asher.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah.
Dear Penthouse Farm.
No, so I would hand both letters and I would say, can you give this one to Asher and read this one to the party while I set up the spell. And if you open the letter, I'm ready to read it whenever you're ready to.
Yeah,
read it.
I will open it right now.
Okay. It would say, to faithful Akira, you wanted an update on my conversation, so here it is. In order to properly explain, you need some backstory. I was the second son to a rather awful man. And when I was at the Soulstar Academy, I was tapped to join the Volstrucker Agency. When you're tapped for that agency, you have two options. Join or die. Now obviously I joined, and I've experienced atrocity after atrocity at the agency's hands. My own hands are soaked with the blood of hundreds from this agency. We were experimented on to be turned into self-sufficient assassins. A majority of those experiments go wrong, either killing the student or driving them insane. It happened in the lower level of the sanitarium. That's why I commented to Slayer on the strength to go back there. But now the headmaster is dead. Javon Margolin was the Archmage of Conscription, meaning he ran the Soulstar Academy, and he identified students to recruit for the agency and students to silence for dissidence or danger. Killing him created a power vacuum that must be filled. In order to permanently stop lewdness, I must fill this void. I'm going to work with Caleb, Dramble, and Tyler to ensure that I do fill this void. I know you wanted to trust me, and I know that I gave you no reason to do so. So I'm not going to ask you to trust me, but I'm going to ask you to have faith. Because you wanted proof that I cannot provide. And only having faith when given proof isn't really faith at all. When I am the Archmage of Conscription, I will either outright disband the Volstrucker Agency, or turn them into a beacon of justice within the Empire. But this will take my full attention. As my position exists, if ever the late needs something, please ask. With faith, we will succeed. But alas, this is goodbye. Signed, Nyack Crestvale. And then there's a post-signature. It says, P.S. If you do want to put more good into the world, please help me save Hellbore, the woman who killed me. More details and payment to come if you do accept. And to answer the question unasked, no, I'm not a good person, and I never claimed to be. But I will do right by you guys and the Empire, and I will do everything I can to protect the Empire's people. And a feather would fall out of the envelope.
Well, there we have it. Thoughts, questions, concerns?
I mean, I'll say well then. I mean, yeah, I mean,
I guess we have to add save Hellbore to the to-do list.
yeah, I mean, if he's willing to pay us, I guess it's. I'd probably do it anyway. Well, maybe not. I don't know. This is a tough situation there. I mean, like she killed him, which was wrong of her, and I didn't like it. But then, like, we found that he betrayed us right after that, so it's like, I mean, yeah, I'd probably still do it for free. He's turning out all right.
Lead by example, right?
Yeah, he's turning out all right. So, yeah, we can help him out.
All right,
And-
I will let him know our confirmation when we head to Synagogue.
When you do
you
come
good?
in there, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, are you gonna need help in single with anything, Kira, or you think you're all right?
I should be okay. I'm not expecting any fights. I would hope. I'm going to, hopefully just track them down, let them know I exist, and make my way back here. I have a hammer to forge.
Fair enough.
So I know you have a few things that you want to... Oh, Akira will update you on everything that they heard at the fight pit as well. So
Right, yeah, I should go check out that place then.
We spoke pretty highly of you, so I'm never worried about you not living up to the hype. So,
Well, I mean, I am the hype.
Akira agrees with like 100%. You're preaching to the choir. You're preaching to the associate minister.
Right?
So, maybe by the time I get back, you'll be registered for a fight.
Yeah, I think so. One point of fact I'd like to say to everybody here though. You were there, so you know this happened, but I received a vision last night, and in that, Cord said, "Be the storm." So, henceforth, I would really appreciate if all of you would start calling me the storm.
Fair enough. I think it's above table. I think it's cool as shit. So
I was trying to think of a name change for a while now, and then like Jeremy just gave me that, so I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna take it literal, and he's gonna fucking.
That's why it's so funny to me.
He didn't have his brain on in the moment.
No, he did.
Oh,
He
always,
totally
always,
did.
always does now.
Smart, not wise.
Always do
Oh
now.
yeah, he always does now.
Yeah, I always do now. Yeah, but no, it's just like it also like he's been thinking he needs a renaming, and like Cord said, "Be the storm," so he's going to be the storm. Like,
Literally.
he's just gonna literally own it.
Mm-hmm.
I have done that by accident twice now.
Yep.
Yes.
First time, shame on you. Second time, shame on me.
Yeah.
I mean, technically 3 times for Nyak's code name, but
Listen.
yeah. But Akira, when you do come in there, Nyack would say, I know my leave-in is going to place a hole in this party. So as my parting gift, tell me who and where you want me to get your replacement, and I'll make sure to bring it to you.
I can just
Akira's
imagine
going-
that interaction going fucking well between Erogen and Nyack. Nyack shows up to kidnap Erogen. What the fuck? Instantly fight to the death.
For a second, just in a very joking manner, Akira's going to turn to Slayer and say, "Should we get the old tortoise back?" And they are totally 100% joking, but
Doomslayer just chuckles. Like,
the storm just chuckles.
yes, the storm just chuckles. Yes, sorry, I'm in the
All I-
process of changing the name on Discord and everything too. The storm.
All I can think
just
about
chuckles.
now is that Aqua Teen Hunger Force episode when Shake was calling himself the Drizzle.
Fuck.
Now I gotta watch that later on. But anyway, Akira's going to look to Nyack and beam the answer directly into his brain. Pretty much, my brother Eredrin, and here's his location. But it's probably best that you take me with you to get him. I would not recommend surprising him at all with anything.
Or,
This includes me, so please make sure that we're at least 10 feet away if we're gonna be behind him. As a kid, you see the montage of arrogant stabbings.
yes, of course, yeah. There's been a lot of them. Or I know you have a stone for him. I've seen it happen. Call him and let him know I'm coming. Why are you not working properly, microphone?
Well, there you go. I can hear you now,
There you
but
go.
can't
Yeah,
see
there
you.
you are.
You're like way off camera, but I can hear you crystal clear.
I
I heard
am
that.
going to dial up Eredrin.
Okay.
One,
Hey,
one
are
call
you-
each way.
Are you there? I need to send a friend to pick you up, and I need to know exactly where you are. It's time.
You'd hear back, shit, I'm in the middle of baking a cake right now. Damn it.
Turn the oven off. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. We can't communicate like that.
I was about to say, you would hear over the line, Erdrin, like yell out, Breaker, can you finish this cake? And then he'd say, okay, I'll get my stuff, and it cuts off. Because I'm sure that's 25 words at that point.
Somewhere around that.
I can send one in return, right?
You were the one that initiated it, so yours has gone dark.
Mine's going dark. Okay. And I take it. I know exactly. I know exactly where you are. So yeah, I give Nyack all the information he needs, and I give him Astrid to hold in his hand, so that Eredrin knows that this stranger is from me.
Okay. And then I would complete the casting of the teleportation circle.
And is this the one you are taking to Singorn with them, or are you?
Yes, I'm taking it with them to Singborn.
All right, everybody, everywhere. those that are going to Singorn, all aboard. To
I believe that's just Luca and Akira.
yeah, Luca and Akira hopping on the
The
Singorn
Nyack Express.
With Kerberos as
I'll
the
say,
conductor.
I'll say Kerberos and Adarius obviously in tow because knights. And heading off, one by one, each of you emerging into this very small, at least comparatively, it's small space, and having to squeeze through this little, a hole between bookshelves, emerging into the library. This very proper elven woman taking a look over each of you to just judge who she's letting into her home.
I mean, obviously, yeah.
And then just very, very politely bowing and shaking hands with those that she doesn't know.
And who is this woman again? I mean, I'm obviously going to be proper and everything, but I just want to get her name again.
Westra, O-U-E.
Westra. Okay.
Yeah, O-U-E-S-T-R-A. The voice.
She was the one we had the breakfast with, you, me, and Slayer after
Yes.
Val left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where I first named us the Lates.
Yes.
Indeed.
It's all coming back to me now, like the Celine Dion song.
Did you know that they're canceling the Boomerang streaming service?
Listen.
Yes.
Sorry, that
but
triggered me. Sorry.
Yeah, that happens. But getting all the way around, I think even Luca she's met when she accompanied all of you back to Zephyra.
Yeah.
And she gestures to Nyack. Erinal is down the hall in guest quarters. His name is on his door.
I would ask. I'll see him in just a second. May I hug you? As thanks.
And she kind of expanding her arms, this kind of long, the sleeves of her robe are a little longer, a little droopy, very, very elven presentory today. But just you say that, and her hands immediately unclasp, opening this gate to her robes and herself, and just hugs you basically first.
Yeah. And it's definitely one of those child after having been scared hugging a parent hug,
Yeah.
Yeah.
She says, I am glad to not only see you again. She just tightens the grip on the shoulder a little bit. But I have heard all manner of good story in the last few days. Someone has been speaking very fondly of you in his own nervousness. So please feel free to go and assuage another's fears as well. And she kind of, you're releasing, kind of trails her hand down to your hand, grips the talons.
Thank you. And after saying thank you, Nyack is in a full bolt sprint down the hallway.
You've got this. And grips and lets go, and you go full bore sprinting, and Kerberos kind of taking the time to move, and starts charging down the way as well. Now for the both of you, I was anticipating the need to guide Mr. Cressvale, but
excuse me.
what can I do for you?
Well, I'm here to find some family. And Akira is going to, once I pull up the note so I can read it correctly and get the name right.
You say looking for family? And as she looks at you, it looks like she's studying your face. You're a Windkeeper, aren't you?
I mean, the answer is yes, but I've never met them.
Oh, truly. That's a tragedy. As far as elven houses go, I can tell you with a certain degree of certainty that they are more accepting of those who aren't, and she kind of gestures towards her ear, quite as pure-blooded as others.
That's comforting to know. And Akira will actually grip Luca's hand. I don't know how to approach them or how to find them first, I guess. I mean, they're here, but finding them and then approaching them would be the, and, you know, how do I say, hi, I'm your grandchild or cousin or whatever relation I bump into?
Well, as my position details, I have, let me, hold on, I just feel this need to pull back to a slightly wider view of the universe. There we go. Much better. Once it clears. There we are. But one of the beautiful parts of my job is being a warden of Singorn. That is warden with a capital W, as in a title of. I, as well as a few others, see to the continued thriving and safety thereof. Part of that is having advisors whom are well versed in the many subjects, one of which is Arcanum. And while we do have a rather powerful, rather effective arcanist among the wardens, one that seeds himself above merely governmental work. There we go. Is, of course, if I'm understanding you correctly, Urek is your grandfather?
Yes.
Well, Urek actually is the grandfather of several. That doesn't surprise me at all. But Urek, as a founder of the Arcana Pansophical, keeps himself out of the being saddled by governmental affairs. He would be a warden of Singorn were he of the mind to do so. Rather, instead, let me make sure. After he would have Verdant Lord Cylindar's job if he had the mind to, but well, there's a touch more paperwork in the Verdant Lord's job, so Urek keeps to his own very particular brand of paperwork. That being said, when we need his advisement, his help, it's actually very, very easy to call on them. So if you would like a guide to help introduce you,
I would love that.
I repaid Mr. Crestvale very much for his part in all of the return things. At very least, I could make an introduction at the door to make sure the door opens for you.
I would love that. Thank you so much.
She kind of takes a deep breath, kind of. All right, here, follow me, and with the three of you in tow, the cadre of Adarius and Luca and Akira, you three walk kind of out and kind of along the outer side of the concert hall that she calls home, kind of out from the back, and then out kind of a side entrance and around. And as you reach kind of the back, the entryway into this place, you realize very, very soon that you are in a very elvish place, where this place itself, as solid and you know, you had you not been shown, you wouldn't realize that you're not on a ground floor. This enormous place, this like I said, concert hall size place. Looking out, you're looking down from at least 100 feet.
Oh wow!
This tower that has this winding staircase, wide winding staircase that goes around it and down. and she begins kind of asking little things here and there, just small talking about your lives, how what you two do, and all of this kind of more of that getting to know you kind of talk.
While she is talking, and Akira is answering, but Akira is also noticeably distracted as they are flipping through the outfits in their many things. They're like sitting there like, no, this one, no, wait, this one, no, that's too fighty. No, this one, it's too, and like they get to like that date dress and they look down and like see their leg, like no, too leggy, and they just keep changing.
You say too leggy, and Wesker kind of stops and says, no, that one's perfect. That one's perfect.
Akira will flip back to it, and like kind of like shyly smile at Lady Westra, and just Akira's tail is clearly wrapped around Luca's tail. They are clearly nervous.
And making a not terribly intuitive leap, she asks y'all's status.
Akira just smiles and shows the ring.
And she smiles, taking just that momentary like hand under your hand examination of it, admiration of it, and as you walk down looking over this town, this isn't exactly the center of town, but there are several towers around this kind of downtown area that, like this one, up 100 feet or more, kind of poking up, and some of them large, like this one with the concert hall inside. Some of them much more slender, much more pencil-y, even at the top. This one kind of having that large top, and then kind of concaving and concaving through the middle, allowing for the staircase to kind of be overhung by the building above it, and then quite a number of towers in this stretch of city. She takes you down and out and past and through, and getting kind of through the town. You can tell that as she walks, people move for her. People purposefully like step out of the way to be out of the way of where she is walking. Not from any sternness in her voice. She's carrying on a conversation, not even like looking straight forward and going somewhere. But people give her birth, and you two walking with the voice of memory very much is not unnoticed, walking around. And as you get to a tower, a much more slender tower. There we go. The crest on it looks like this golden sideways diamond shape. That the diamond shape is sideways, but it's because it looks like it is also the opening of an eye. This eye kind of centered on this sideways diamond. Then also behind it, a larger oval going above and below. Looks like almost I'd say like a crack in space, as if one is like conjuring a portal and walking through it, with this kind of sliver of energy down the middle of it that goes behind the eye, and then kind of the outer edges of it look like the astral sea. This seal very much a like presentory, it is the gate outside of the tower grounds, and as she walks up to it, she puts out a hand, and then looking directly into the eye, will say, "Westra, voice of memory," and the eye looks like it shifts a little bit, focuses first on her hand, and then shifts a little bit, focuses on her face, and then it kind of like rotates in place, and then you hear a click in the gate, and the gate creaks very briefly open, as a disembodied voice coming from the seal says, "Welcome, voice of memory." And walking through this tower, not having the big staircase on the outside, possibly having it on the inside, as this tower is much more wider at the base and then narrows towards the top. Walking across these grounds, well kept, if conservatively simple, not a lot of boisterous finery to it, but it is well kept. And getting towards the door, you hear locks on the door, kind of clicking out of place, and this tall, probably 10 to 12 foot door, double door, the right one opening up, and this, you would call them somewhat wizened in years, especially for an elf. Looking out, a white robe with kind of black line work that, as it goes down, it goes from black into gray, into red, and then kind of like it rainbows down from black and gray and then into a rainbow, as it kind of cascades down and around, and purples right around the lower fringe, as it just, the little tassel work at the bottom, this purple, kind of tight towards the top, and then as soon as it gets to the waist, right around the yellow, it starts to flare out into a broad skirt of a robe, and this man, long elven ears, kind of long but waxed in a way that kind of has them move up, almost like the curlicue of the Frenchy kind of mustache, up each side of the eyebrows, whether dyed or naturally still black, solid black. This his hair ponytailed back, this kind of early morning man bun. It hasn't been quite styled for the day, and it's just kind of back and ready to be done something with, or perhaps was working, because he doesn't look entirely like he's just woken up. More like he's been doing something and keeping the hair out of his face. But
Right.
The door opens up, and you immediately on seeing him, this dark tan face, these a few little freckles, liver spots, maybe both, it's kind of chisel to the jaw that you recognize in your own. This wise old man definitely has a resemblance to you. And he starts walking out, and just a second. Westra, usually you give me some warning before you... And he looks, and he sees Akira's face.
Akira's just gonna make eye contact and kind of give like a polite wave. Not sure how to approach him in a way, kind of like there's like the urge to run towards him, but at the same time, like, still a stranger.
Am I just getting old? Or has Ritikosh been keeping a family without telling me? Is that where he's been these 2 decades? And he just he starts shambling forward a bit. He's walking a little hard, but not using a cane, still limping a bit, but kind of limps forward. Is that where Ritikosh has been?
Akira is fumbling over all their words. They take a deep breath and they, Core, give me strength. No, I don't really know the man you speak of, but I am your grandchild. And Akira just steps closer to the gentleman.
And like his advance stops about the point that you say you don't know the man, and you closing the distance, he kind of holds out his hands to take yours. This kind of two-handed, warm greeting, though you can tell there's a little bit of confusion in it. You are Ritikosh and Green. You are. He was young once. Much like you. You don't know him. Do you know what happened to him? I have tried to reach out to him these last 20 years.
Kira is going to look at him and say, "May I?" And they're kind of like gonna pantomime, like reaching for his temple with their fingers. May I? I can speak a lot better sometimes, mind to mind.
Oh, and he kind of blinks hard for a second, and you hear him in your mind as his eyes open back up. Is this better?
Yes, and Akira will begin to play pretty much the memory reel.
Well, you start speaking it, and he wait here, and he actually reaches out for you, and if I may, I have some magics that may help.
Akira steps forward enthusiastically, not like silly, but like
Yeah,
yeah.
And he just kind of touches your forehead, and I wish to cast telepathy, and he speaks his desire into existence as your mind and his not only connecting just with words, but you actually feel for a moment you actually feel the warmth that he feels, this like the sudden excitement of, oh my god, I have a new grandchild kind of thing,
right?
Like, what's 20 years to an elf? And so like you are still a young baby to him, essentially. And
very much so, yeah.
And so in this moment of connection, like just that instant connection, that's the first thing you feel, and then he kind of like pulls back. You can tell he's kind of closing off some of the conduits a little bit, and speaking out loud and in your brain.
Just a little bit, buddy.
This should help us communicate much more deeply, much higher magics than just the brief touching of minds. Here, let's show me what you know. And
Akira gives them from day one of the crystal breaking that they know of, and also the brief images of their father's last moments that are kind of like melded into the crystal, but and the naming, but that's not really a visual for Akira, more as it is kind of like voices at that juncture.
Yeah, the things that the things you've been able to glean.
Yeah, so and I'm gonna take him from the gift on till this morning. The whole reel. Every part.
And on the inside, all of this is being played and quick timed, and he reaches towards Westra at first, and then she kind of gesturing to Luca, kind of nudges Luca forward to be like, basically like, this is the one you want, and she'll very much, and their fiance, and oh yes, please, and kind of taking both of you by the hand while this is going, leading you inside into this sitting room area off of the main foyer, and sitting, hearing, experiencing your experiences. And that seems like a good place to cut off for today, then, because now it's 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock. We played a whole extra hour. Thanks for that. No,
welcome.
I am not sorry. I just realizing, hey, Amy came in to ask me if it was okay to come in and make noise. So I want to make sure to respect that because, well, this is her room too. So, thank you for hanging out, players as well as viewers. Y'all are great. Thank you for your support. If you have a Amazon Prime subscription you're not using, feel free to just hit that sub right over there, wherever it happens to be. I don't know. I'm not you. I don't know where yours is, but
I don't know where your subscription button is.
I don't know where sub buttons are. I'm not that good at this, but
We're not that close yet.
we're not that close yet. I don't know where you keep your sub button, but either there or patreon.com/onceupondd20, wherever you help us, even just by being here, even by watching, even by just listening. Thank you. Please remember to take with you always that kindness is free, and to please keep going.
Everyone knows the lily of the valley, a sunburst of a dahlia, of roses sharp thorns. But the prettiest, sweetest of the flowers only grows on the farther shore. Sweet tart cherries and blackberries on the bush, bursting with nectar when the peel has been shorn. But the sweetest and most bountiful of orchards only grows on the farther shore. Till it go to the farther shore, that paradise to rest when your old heart can beat no more. We all go to the farther shore. We all go to the farther shore. Wild temptations haunt this earthly coil. Some may resist them, though others can't ignore. But the promises of pure imagination take us all to the farther shore. It must be everything that everyone was promised. It must be all that we could ever want and more. It must be better than the love we leave behind us. They only know on the farther shore. Till it go to the farther shore. This paradise to rest when this old heart can beat no more. We all go to the farther shore. We all go to the farther shore. I want to hear everybody, come on. Till I go to the farther shore. Till I go now, yeah. Rest when this old heart can be no more. We all go to the farther shore. Let me hear you now. To the farther shore. Show a grin, wake the dead. Till I go to the farther shore. Till I go now, yeah. Rest when this old heart can be no more. We all go to the farther shore. Let me hear to the farther shore. Let me hear your voices, everyone. to the farther shore. Sing it everyone to the farther shore. Thank you very much, everyone. In memory of a friend.